From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
All right, here we go. Another great Saturday on BetMGM Gameday. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you for the next 5 hours. We are a week or so out from Super Bowl 60. We certainly will get into that right out of the gate. There was also plenty of controversy during the week with the Hall of Fame. Bill Belichick, as we all know by now, a first ballot Hall of Fame snub. Although we weren't even supposed to figure that out until next week, Austin, when the NFL honors gets going. There's also the NBA trade deadline right around the corner, news around Giannis. So it's been an eventful week, and we also got some great college basketball, including two guys that are going to go 1-2 most likely in the draft. We don't know who's going number one, but I do know they're playing each other later on today in KU and BYU.
Yeah, it's with the Belichick thing, it's funny that news would leak out early, maybe like airing a football or, walk through tapes before a Super Bowl, things like that. It is weird, but no, it is a crying shame. And yeah, for having no football this weekend, because the Pro Bowl is no longer football. It is basically, it's a glorified field day for elementary school students. We have a lot of sports on deck, and we've got a lot of stuff to get to, which I'm honestly very excited about. How are you feeling? What are the vibes for you? Because this is a big game day for your Kansas Jayhawks.
It is.
I'm in New York currently, and last night I was out to dinner with another KU Jayhawker, and I feel like it is. I can't escape you guys. I don't know what it is. Being a Mizzou guy, I cannot get away from Kansas people in my life. But where are your vibes at for today's game?
Look, Darren Peterson, AJ Debonsa. I mean, this is big time stuff that we usually don't get in January for college basketball. So Debonsa and Peterson, we all know the hype coming out of high school, and these are the two guys that are likely going to go 1-2 in the draft. I think Peterson projects as the better pro because we've already seen the 3-point shot. He shoots, I think, the three about 10% better from the field than Debonsa does. So that to me will end up being Peterson most likely, even though Peterson hasn't been available as much due to the cramping. But in terms of the excitement, look, college game day, where I'm broadcasting from is Kansas City. About 30 minutes or so west of here is Lawrence, Kansas, and that's the side of the game. It's a 4:00 or so Eastern time tip-off. We just normally don't get these kind of matchups in college basketball. This is actually one of the rare times where I do think NIL is really good for the sport. It's led somebody like AJ to BYU. He's a East Coast kid.
Yeah.
He played also, I think, Academy or whatever it was out in California. I mean, he has no ties to Provo, Utah, but why is he there? Because of NIL, baby, and it sets up a great matchup like this. So I know we will get into to this matchup. Not to mention, these are two teams that are playing some good ball. They're in the best conference in America this year in college basketball. So, yeah, I can't wait for it. Unfortunately, I will not be venturing west today. I've got some other obligations, and it's kind of killing me, honestly.
Oh, I hear you. I'm actually in town in New York for a party tonight that is being thrown by the guy who went to KU, and he's like, the game's on at 4:30. That's right when this cocktail hour before the party starts. He's like, I gotta find a TV. I gotta, I'm gonna be watching this thing on my phone. So he's gonna be logged in, but he's also hosting a party. So he's pulling double duty tonight.
Now we can get into this later, but you're in New York. I think it looks like you're in a hotel or whatever. Are we gonna have housekeeping knocking on the door in about an hour or two? Is that what's about to happen?
Probably. I may or may not be wearing pants right now. That's for your imagination.
Yeah, theater of the mind.
There's a great. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see this weird. It's hotel art. I like every piece of hotel art is different, and yet every piece of hotel art is the same. You know what I'm talking about? Like if I just say the words hotel art, you know what I'm talking about. Like it's just those weird abstract or like photography shots that are just hanging in every single hotel room across the country. And I've got one behind me right now. So check in on the YouTube or Twitch stream to to see what I'm talking about. It's a lady in a ring.
Even
I don't
more,
know what's going on.
Even more reason. Yeah, we're gonna have to look up the artist. We'll get the full lowdown over the next 5 hours. By the end of the show, we'll know exactly who this is. Yeah, more reason to watch on YouTube. So far, so good. It looks like, whatever hotel you're at, it's fancy enough that the Wi-Fi is working with video. That's a great sign. Knock on wood to start the show. But we are just over a week away, man, from Super Bowl 60 out in Santa Clara. We know it is the Patriots. We know it is the Seahawks. And look, there's a lot of storylines around this game. I can't wait for the full week of Super Bowl Radio Row, and Malcolm Butler's going to be doing interviews all over the place. And we're going to, by the end of the week, we'll probably be sick of seeing it. I mean, Russell Wilson, poor guy, is going to see that interception about 1,000 times again all week long. Pete Carroll's going to relive his decision to not run the football with Marshawn Lynch all over again. That'll be a huge element to at least the storylines during the week. But when you look at these two teams in their past, I mean, Sam Darnold, we talked last week, Austin, about what he needed to do in the NFC title game. He couldn't just be along for the ride in that game against that opponent. And it was a great showing by both quarterbacks, and Stafford and Darnold. And Sam Darnold essentially had a career day. I mean, it was the best performance we've had, considering the stakes. It's not even close. He lived up to the moment. And so is it enough for you not to be worried, I guess, as we're a little over a week out, about his performance in a spot like this? Because to me, he has answered every question. I'm not suddenly acting like he's a top 5 quarterback, but Sam Darnold, man, got to give the guy credit. Not only as an amazing redemption arc and great story, he didn't get carried by the defense. He went out and won that football game for the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah. No, you're right. I am all in on Sam Darnold. I am doubling down on my take from last week. If you remember, I just randomly off the top of my head, I was like, you know what? Sam Darnold is a lot like Adam Sandler, where it's, we for whatever reason, we're not taking him seriously, but he continues to go out there and shine. And obviously, Adam Sandler got snubbed for an Oscar. I believe he was snubbed for an Oscar nom with his role in Jay Kelly this year. And I feel like that's only because we think of him the same way we think of Sam Darnold. Look, Sam Darnold is not putting together any more Jack and Jills or don't mess with the Zohans, okay? Gone are the days of his Hubie Halloween, right? It's like, have you guys seen Uncut Gems? Have you seen Jay Kelly? Have you seen Hustle? Hustle is a great movie, even Spaceman, not as great of a movie, but still a strong performance by Sandler. That is Sam Darnold now. Like, the dude is going out and he's putting together great performances. And we're still like, yeah, but will he do well in the Super Bowl? Like, why would we think anything else? Like, based off of the track record that he's given us this season alone, I just feel like he has proven the doubters wrong, and he's going to continue to do so until we come around and be like, and we give Sam Darnold that Oscar nomination. Okay. And yeah, sure. There's, you throw in a Happy Gilmore 2 or a murder mystery in there, but look, no quarterback's passer rating is 158.3, right?
Right. Well, here's the thing. Look, and I'll carry on your analogy. You're right, though. There are definitely some whiffs there for Adam Sandler. And Sam Darnold, while he has proven people wrong, and I feel more confident in him stepping up in these big moments, I will still say, you would acknowledge, I mean, he's not reached the level still, though, where we know it's just going to be a hit come Super Bowl Sunday. Like, there is still a real chance. This is not that, oh, my gosh, he stinks, but that he goes out there and struggles and throws 2 interceptions, and this is all of a sudden an ugly game offensively, and their defense is going to be forced to make some plays. I mean, heck, both these quarterbacks, I mean, the two have shown moments where they have struggled. Drake May, all postseason long, has looked very average for a guy that's going to either win MVP or finish second in MVP. And so, who has played better in the postseason? The answer is Sam Darnold, not Drake May. So I think both quarterbacks are in a spot, though, where, while I think they have shown us the top-level performances, Sam Darnold just did it. I don't know if everybody is at the point, at least I'm not at the point where I just take any possibility of both quarterbacks laying an egg or one of them laying an egg out the window. And with that said, Sam Darnold's team is a 4.5-point favorite over at BetMGM ahead of this game.
Yeah, the only thing would be if those ghosts that Sam Darnold originally saw when he was playing for the Jets are still there with the Patriots. Do you remember that was the game
Oh
that
yeah.
caught on the sidelines saying I'm out there seeing ghosts, but I think those days are behind us. Like, and that's the image that I think lasts in everyone's minds when thinking about Sam Darnold. And I don't know, I just feel like we're not giving him the respect that he deserves. And honestly, both of these quarterbacks, I think this is one of the strongest aspects of this matchup. Like, I'm excited to watch Drake May. I'm excited to watch Sam Darnold go out and play. And I think that to me is when it comes to this Super Bowl, that's the most fun thing that I'm looking forward to watching.
You got a quarterback in Drake May and a Patriots team that offensively, I think they're averaging only about like 18 points or so per game in this postseason. It's one of the lower, totals that we have seen for a team going into a Super Bowl in 40 plus years, I think it is at this point in time. This offense is one thing, but the one thing that people to me have missed on this whole, hey, their schedule and their road to the Super Bowl and what they were able to do in the regular season. Yeah, we all know the regular season schedule wasn't great. None of that matters anymore, though, really. It just doesn't. And certainly if you're a Patriots fan listening, you don't have to apologize to anybody. We say this all the time. It's like you get a ring, man, the flag, the banner, it all flies forever. So you don't have to apologize. But I think the underrated part of their run, man, is the defenses that they have faced. And it's going to be there again.
Yeah.
In Seattle. The defenses that the Patriots have had to go up against, the Chargers were the fifth-rated defense in football. We all know the Texans were the number one defense in football, and then the Broncos last week, fifth best defense in football. I understand the elements became a huge factor late in that third quarter into the fourth quarter, but the defense they have faced, no joke. Now, the worry I guess I would have on Drake May would just be that, well, it doesn't get any easier against Seattle, and so is he going to go through an entire postseason of looking fairly average? Is that going to get it done in this game? Against the Broncos and Jarrett Stidham, Patriots defense continues to play great. It was certainly enough. We all know what happened the week before with C.J. Stroud and the turnovers left and right. If Sam Darnold protects the football, I do find it hard to believe at this point, a little over a week out, if Darnold doesn't throw a pick or fumble a football or Kenneth Walker fumble a football, I do struggle to see the path for New England if that's the case, if it's a clean game on Seattle's side.
Yeah, it's funny. Like you said, like the Patriots have nothing to apologize for. Obviously, there's a lot of Patriots haters. Oh, it's the easiest regular season and easiest path to the Super Bowl. But you're right. Like, they went through really good defenses, and every single week we were thinking, well, how's this defensive line or how the Patriots offensive line, which hasn't been like exceptional, how are they going to hold up against this defensive line? And to me, they got through the biggest test against the Houston Texans in the divisional round. I'm very curious to see, like, that's the kind of, I think, the most intriguing matchup is how this offensive line will hold up against the Seahawks defensive line. But I have little reason to believe that they won't, like, they'll struggle with it because they've made it through amazing defenses thus far in this entire run. I feel like the Patriots have proved, kind of like what I was saying about Sam Darnold earlier. The Patriots have gone out there and they've just won. They just go out and they find ways to win, which is a very like Vrabel-esque way. He did the same thing in Nashville with the Titans. His teams would always just like find ways to win. And even though they maybe weren't the better team, especially not on paper, and maybe not even during the games at times, but they just go out and they find ways to win. And so that, I think, is like, yeah, on paper, the Seahawks look like, they could run away with this thing. And obviously the spread favors them, but I'm like, you have to do like, okay, the Seahawks are the better team on paper, but you also have to throw in that but you have to factor in this New England Patriots, this Mike Vrabel-esque thing that he brings to every single game that he coaches in. And to that, I think it's like, okay, yeah, I think we might actually have a game on our hands, one that the Patriots could end up stealing.
So it sounds like, do you think the 4.5 is too many right now? If you look at BetMGM, 4.5 point spread, the total sitting at 45.5. We'll see what kind of line movement, if anything, we get once we get to Super Bowl week out in Santa Clara beginning on Monday, and more storylines. We'll get more injury updates. I know there is some reporting we can get into with our guests a little bit later on. We'll go out to Foxborough and check in with someone that covers the Patriots. But, Drake May's dealing with a little shoulder injury. Look, he's going to play, duh. Sam Darnold's still got the oblique injury. These guys are playing, but is that enough if people get concerned as the week go on? 4.5, it sounds like you think that might be too many points.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like it's more of a toss up. Like, I don't think either team is going to run away with this game. I don't think we're going to see a Seahawks Broncos Super Bowl. I think it is going to be extremely close. And honestly, it's one of those teams. The Patriots feel like one of those teams with like devil's magic. Do you remember like the old St. Louis Cardinals teams back when they were like around 2011, 2013, when they were making to the World Series? Like they wouldn't pull off these like insane comebacks. Obviously, you saw it in the 2011 World Series. Like they would just somehow, some way win games. That to me is like, first of all, that's this year's New England Patriots, but that is just any Mike Vrabel coach team. I don't know what it is. I don't know what deal he made with the devil, but I think there is something there, and I feel like so that to me, you can't count out the Patriots. And yeah, I think 4.5. That's a big spread for a team that has proven every single week going up against the top 5 defenses every single week in these playoffs. They just find ways to win, and they may not look good. It's Vrabel always says, it's not pretty, but it's beautiful, right? You win these games. They're not pretty, but they're beautiful.
You mentioned Vrabel and deals. Let's hope he doesn't actually follow through with a deal that he made with a podcast a couple of years back when he was the head coach of the Titans. If he wins the Super Bowl, let's hope there's no cutting off anything. Yes.
Is the statute of limitations up on that? Does that? I mean, I feel like that still has to ring true, right?
He's going to get asked about it, I'm sure, multiple times on media night. I think it's Monday night out in San Jose, because the media night, I think, is actually in south of Santa Clara. But yeah, I mean, look, obviously he was joking at the time, but I'll be curious what his answer is. It's like, hey, well, that was with Tennessee. I said if I won with the Titans, that's what I would do. Right. I didn't say if I win with the Patriots, I would cut off anything. So we'll see. That'll definitely be something that gets discussed coming up. Hey, we're going to keep talking about the Super Bowl here on the other side on Westwood One Sports, because I do want to get into how these two coaches did it in year 1 for Vrabel, year 2 for McDonald, and the weather. Not going to be a problem in Santa Clara. It certainly was a factor last week, and I think some comments from the Denver Broncos ownership tells me why we should not be worrying about retractable roof stadiums. I'll explain that. We're just getting started here on BetMGM Game Day.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome back in. If you're new to the show, Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you Saturdays on Westwood One Sports. You can watch the show on YouTube. Of course, you can listen on SiriusXM Channel 375, Westwood One Sports app, Odyssey.com. You name it. We appreciate you guys hanging out with us here on Saturdays. We will get to the list, something we do each and every week, something that has been bothering us. Sports, non-sports, we build a list out. We've been doing this for the last month or so. We'll have a new addition or two to the list. And you guys can always on YouTube chat there and let us know if there is something that has been bugging you in the sports world or otherwise. And we'll see if we add it to our list as well. But I do want to keep talking about Super Bowl 60, which we all know is a little over a week away out in Santa Clara with the Seahawks and the Patriots. And the coaching element here is, you mentioned Mike Vrabel a little bit, and we were joking about the bet that he made when he was a Tennessee Titans coach, if he were to ever win a ring. But I think
it still holds true. It has to. It has to hold
you think
true.
Yeah, you're gonna make him stick to his word, is what you're saying. Okay,
you have to, Mike. All right, listen. That a deal is a deal, bud. And if you want your Patriots to win in year one, you gotta hold your end of the bargain up. Okay.
You said year one, and that's where that's what's interesting with Mike Vrabel. It's year one for him. It's as the Patriots coach. It's year two for Mike McDonald out in Seattle. And how much is this the coaching? How much of the quarterback? Because people all week long have been writing, pieces about these teams and their run. And, is it this simple? Like, just go get yourself a high-quality head coach? Is it just, you got a quarterback playing at an MVP level? You got Sam Darnold over in Seattle playing at a very high level as well. Because I think the Patriots are a little bit different than even Seattle in this way, because Drake May was a rookie a year ago with Gerard Mayo as his head coach. I understand quarterbacks usually make their biggest leap rookie year to sophomore year. Typically, that's what we see. And Drake May definitely did that. But if Gerard Mayo was the head coach of the Patriots this year, they're not in the Super Bowl. I think we all agree with that. But to what extent would the Patriots have been a playoff team, and whether it's an AFC East champion? Because the schedule would have still been the schedule, and we've already discussed that plenty, and everybody has over the last couple months, and how easy that regular season was. But look, if it was Gerard Mayo, this is not an AFC East champion. It's certainly not an AFC champion ball club. And so I think it's a little different. Typically, you just say, hey, man, find myself a quarterback, and you can do quite a bit with that. And sure, that has helped. But this is still a roster. I don't think it's like this roster that has all sorts of talent all over the place there in New England. They're going to have a chance to add to it with a lot of cap space again in the offseason with taking advantage of Drake May being on a rookie contract. I'll be fascinated to see what big targets they go after. We all know there's rumblings about when they go after a Mike Evans or an A.J. Brown or somebody like that. But I think Mike Vrabel deserves a huge chunk of the credit for why this team had the season they did. If it was Gerard Mayo, are they a 9-win team? Are they a playoff team?
Man,
if it wasn't for Vrabel?
It's a good question. It is a good question. And it's one that you kind of have to think. And this is not a shot at Gerard Mayo, but it's the coaches like the Gerard Mayos, where they just, they're just not necessarily cut out to be head coaches. And there's one on the Patriots staff and Josh McDaniels, that are guys that are really good coaches, but they're just not built to be head coaches. They're not built to be the CEOs of their respective companies. And Mike Vrabel is that. In fact, Mike Vrabel was a terrible defensive coordinator. If anything, he's the exact opposite. In his 1 year as a DC in Houston, that was the worst defense in Houston Texans history. Vrabel was not great as a coordinator. However, he's been exactly what everyone has wanted out of a head coach. And he's really, really good. And to me, a head coach can make that sort of difference. It's, I live and work in Chicago. You saw it firsthand this year, the difference between a Matt Eberflus and a Ben Johnson. We're talking about a 4-win team in 2024, and then a 10-win team in 2025. That's a huge bump, and it all stems from the head coach and the people he brings in. And with Vrabel, he has brought in folks that he was a lot of familiarity that he had with his first stint in Tennessee. A lot of guys on staff, a lot of guys on the roster he has brought in that are very similar to the ones he had in Nashville. And also, I think it should also go without saying, that was for Gerard Mayo's first stint as a head coach. To me, I think every coach is better the second time around, outside of, again, Josh McDaniels. But I feel like when you get a second crack at something, you're always better. Think about it in life. When whatever you do at work, if you get a second crack at something, odds are that second crack is better than the first one. And you're seeing it firsthand here with Vrabel, because this Patriots team is better than any team he had in Tennessee. And you could say, well, yeah, it's the Titans versus the Patriots. But to me, like, Vrabel, it was had a big hand in that. And I feel like I just think that you cannot underestimate the amount of difference that a head coach can make on an entire organization.
No doubt. Yeah, the quarterback is the biggest piece of the pie. But I mean, this year to me is a great example of the head coach in particular. Also, let's look at the Patriots as an organization, man. To go from having the GOAT and Tom Brady, they have a slight lull there with Mac Jones for a bit and Gerard Mayo for 1 year. And then here we are 5 years later, basically post Brady, roughly maybe 6 years, and they're back in a Super Bowl and have a chance to get a ring. I mean, it's also a very well-run organization with Robert Kraft and what the Patriots have been able to build. And that's, look, we don't have to go through it. It's pretty obvious which organizations are not. I mean, look at the coaching carousel, which I know we're going to get into in the next hour or so. I mean, we know there were plenty of coaches that were pulling their name out of the Browns coaching search. You got the Jets over here where John Gruden reportedly was offered an opportunity on staff, and he's saying, yeah, no thanks, I'm not joining that staff. I want no part of that.
Yeah, we went over it for years, the Brady versus Belichick debate. And then when Tom Brady went down to Tampa and inherited what was already a top 3 offense in the NFL and the number 1 defense in the NFL and won a Super Bowl in Tampa Bay, we were like, oh, well, it's clearly Brady won that debate. And then and then Belichick obviously did not have success in New England after Brady left. But really, I think the question isn't Brady versus Belichick. To me, we know the answer, and it's neither of them. It's Robert Kraft. My goodness, 11 Super Bowl appearances since he took ownership. Like, that is absurd numbers. Jerry Jones hasn't sniffed one since the mid-90s, since Ace of Base was in everyone's 6-disc CD changer in their cars. And here Robert Kraft has been to 11 in that amount of time by himself. Like, I feel like Robert Kraft is pushing and has, since he's taken ownership of the New England Patriots, pushed every right button. And we've talked about it on this show a lot. It trickles from ownership down. Bad teams remain bad because of the ownership. Good teams rise to the top because of ownership. They stay good. The Pittsburgh Steelers, we always joke about how mediocre they've been, but they've never been bad. You know why? Because it's a well-owned team. You see it firsthand every day in Kansas City, Alex. Like, that is a very well-run organization. And obviously coaching Andy Reid had a big hand in that, but they're staying atop. This was their worst season in 10 years? And it wasn't even like a bottom of the barrel season for them. So I just feel like not enough NFL teams look in the mirror at the ownership level and think, what can we do differently? They're always trying to fire and hire the right guys when really the wrong guy is a lot of times themselves.
And coming up next hour, by the way, we will get into Robert Kraft, Bill Belichick, and the Hall of Fame. These are 2 guys that were up for Hall of Fame induction this year. We all know the big story throughout the week around Bill Belichick not being a first-ballot Hall of Famer. Robert Kraft's not a Hall of Famer yet. Jerry Jones is. It is a little odd if you think about what you laid out there just in terms of the accomplishments between even those 2 owners. But in order for the Patriots to get to where they are now, coming up next week, which is a Super Bowl appearance out in California against Seattle. We all know they had to make it through a blizzard there in late third quarter, all of the fourth quarter. It was an unbelievable scene there in Denver. And that has once again sparked the conversation about weather in these games and, whether or not we should have neutral site championship games. The answer to that is no, by the way. That's the dumbest idea I've ever heard. And thank goodness multiple owners have come out and said, yeah, we're not a big fan of it. Even some owners that would benefit, like even Arthur Blank down in Atlanta, who would be part of that rotation given the fact they got a dome down there. I guess more and more teams and organizations are building these indoor stadiums. So I'm a purist. I love the outdoor games and all that. But I was thinking when I saw this play out, and then I saw comments from the Denver Broncos ownership this week. We know the Broncos are building a brand new retractable roof stadium there in Colorado. And there's every year through 2031, we're about to see a new stadium open in the NFL. We're just in that era where everybody's building a new stadium. And for the most part, they are indoor. There's a few exceptions, right? The Bills are still building a outdoor stadium. And the ownership of Denver said, hey, look, that AFC title game that we just hosted in that blizzard, if we had our retractable roof stadium already, it would have been closed. We wouldn't have played out in it, which I would expect that to be the answer. But this is why if you're not going to build an open air stadium, then what are you wasting your money, which it costs way more to do a retractable roof than just a dome stadium? What are you wasting your money for? Like, we know why they're building indoor stadiums. They want to host Final Fours and Super Bowls and have year-round concerts. We all get that. Retractable roof sounds great in theory. It's like, yeah, let's open it up. But what's the cutoff, man? Like, it's 35 degrees and that's too cold. If it's drizzling and I got to have it closed. Like, these places do not utilize the retractable roof anyway. So I hate how we are losing these outdoor elements with what we saw in Denver. And I know neither team can move the football in the fourth quarter. But like, these are also still one-off games. Like, outdoor stadiums, acting like this is how every game that's cold is not true.
Yeah, the common expression, we're losing the recipes. We are losing the recipes in football. You look at the before and afters of like McDonald's back in like the 80s and 90s and like how colorful they were and the play places and everything like that. And then you look at McDonald's now and it's just like flat touch screens, like there's grays and browns and there's no splash of color whatsoever. And you see that a lot. You see that a lot in interior design, like where everything's just getting bland. And that is exactly what is happening to football. Pretty soon, we're going to have our grandkids come up to us and be like, Dad, what was it like to watch football outside? Football is essentially going to become an arena sport. Gone are the days of arena football and, the Iowa Barnstormers with Kurt Warner. But good news is you'll still get football inside thanks to the NFL and where it's headed. And it's kind of sad because, look, do I like snow games when they were played as sloppily as the AFC Championship was? No. But you have to take the bad with the good, because when you get a good snow game, there's few things better to watch on TV than that. I mean, like, I just think of like the Shady McCoy games back in the day when literally he'd just be running through the snow. Obviously, I live and work in Chicago. If you took away snow games at Soldier Field or even cold weather games, I think that's part of the fun. You experienced one a few years ago in Kansas City with the Dolphins and the Chiefs and the wild card round. And I mean, like, that was like fun. It brings an element. And if you are taking away elements from football, you're essentially taking away the spice and the flavor out of your food. And I'm not here for it at all.
I think it's going to become also just a big advantage. We already talk about home field advantage in the weather, but think about it. If we are going to narrow it down, off the top of my head, you're going to have Green Bay still. You're going to still have Buffalo. I'm talking cold weather cities. I understand there are going to be some warm weather cities that are going to, but like cold weather cities, there's only going to be like 3 to 5, maybe, like true in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, and then Jets and Giants obviously sharing a stadium up at MetLife. In Green Bay, there's going to be very few. Heck, even Tennessee is moving, and Nashville is moving into an indoor stadium, a dome stadium, as we know. So in Kansas City, right here where I'm at, I mean, they're building a brand new domed, maybe retractable roof, but it's going to be a dome, I think, stadium. It's just it is bizarre. I think it'll be a massive advantage for teams that are just going to simply not be used to playing in those elements. And yes, does it prolong? I will say this: does it prolong your career though as a quarterback if you're playing indoors, depending on the turf and setup? Yeah, it does. I mean, there is some evidence to suggest that is going to be better. Like, you're going to age better if you're Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes, and Josh Allen will still be outdoors, but playing at 39 in a 70-degree stadium versus playing in cold weather for a month and a half at the end of the year is going to be better for your career, but it does stink from a fan perspective for sure.
Yeah, I love that like they throw in like, oh, we're going to get a retractable roof. So, it's like best of both worlds. But no, it's not. That thing will always be closed whenever any sort of weather comes into play. And so you're essentially just building a dome stadium that you can occasionally take the top down. It's a convertible, it's not, I don't know. We're going to look at football outside the way we look at football played with leather helmets. We're going to be like, man, I can't believe they did that. Like that's the way our grandkids are going to look at football. It's like, wow, that's crazy that it actually snowed during a football game.
Austin Huff, Alex Gold with you here on BetMGM Game Day. Up next, we get to the list, an addition or two. We do this each and every week. Something that is bugging you, sports or non-sports. If you got any additions, you can hit us up on YouTube as well, youtube.com/@BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Thanks for hanging out with us here on BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Here in about 15 minutes, we will discuss the Pro Football Hall of Fame. We'll find out the official class next week. We also, of course, learned through reporting this week that Bill Belichick, not a first ballot Hall of Famer. Also, sounds like Eli Manning not going to get in his second year of eligibility. So we'll talk around the controversy with that and what it actually means for the Pro Football Hall of Fame coming up in just a bit. Before we get to the list, don't forget, we got the Australian Open going on. Maybe you've been staying up late. Maybe you've been setting the alarm clock for 3 a.m. A buddy of mine was watching Novak the other day at 3 a.m. and hit on a 45-1 live bet on Novak over at a sports book as well. And over at BetMGM, don't forget the Australian Open Odds Boost Token. BetMGM players can receive an Australian Open Odds Boost Token. Use the token, add an Australian Open bet to your bet slip. Then you activate the token, and if you win your wager that was made with the token, you receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars over at BetMGM. I haven't talked to you enough. Are you a tennis guy at all? I don't know if you're setting the alarm clock at 3 a.m. necessarily, but like, when it's Wimbledon, when it's Australian Open final, are you locked in? I on Wimbledon, when we get to a final or something, I will watch. But I'll be honest, if it's at 3 a.m., 5 a.m., there's not much that'll get me to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right. I'm trying to think of the things like the sporting events that would get me up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Like I think I stayed up late to watch an NLCS Game 7 one time because I was in London. And I stayed up for that. But, tennis, I don't know. Because I have to get up early every single morning anyway. My alarm clock hits at 4 o'clock in the morning. I host a, country radio morning show in Chicago. And so, I don't think I'm going to do it for guys grunting,
Yeah, look, everybody's got their I have some friends that are diehard tennis fans. They love watching it, and I get it. It's obviously very appealing. The time frame, they're sporting wise at 3:30 in the morning. It would have to be U.S. in a World Cup like semifinal or something for me to get up at 3:30 in the morning to watch that. Or as you said, if I was overseas in London and the Chiefs were playing or something like that, and it was 3 a.m. or whatever. That's about it, I think, for me at this point in time. But let's get to the list. We add a few things each and every week. We started the list about 4 weeks ago on our very first show. We decided, look, there's things that bug all of us, whether it's sports or non-sports. And so we have compiled a long list that has items like Jerry Jones being just completely clueless, like things that annoy us. I'm sure for Cowboys fans. We've talked about clapping in the middle of a movie at a movie theater as if there's a live performance of it in front of you.
Yeah, the cost of greeting cards I added last week. It's the little things in life that absolutely annoy us that we add to the list every single week. And this list it's only going to get longer. That we only add to the list. So if you've got any, you want to throw them in the chat or tweet at us, you can do so. But the thing I am adding to the list, I actually got a sports one and non-sports one again this week. But the thing I'm adding to the list this week is my non-sports, is airport bars with not enough TVs. Have you ever been walking through a concourse? Obviously, I'm in New York this week, and so I've been traveling, and it just really grinds my gears when an airport bar does not have enough TVs. You'll have like a sporting event on, and you'll have like a dozen people huddled over the TV, right? Or you'll have, they'll have one matchup on, they'll have like the NHL Network's replay of last night's Columbus Blue Jackets game in the middle of the NFL playoffs, right? Like those to me, it's so frustrating. And to those bars in airports, why? Why do you not have more TVs? I just bought a TV at Costco the other day. These things are only a couple $100, okay? And that's like the cost of airport beer, right? So we know you got the money. You have the funding to get it. Buy more TVs, hang them up, and give us more options to watch, and so we don't all have to be crowded over the same TV.
I hear you're exactly right. I can picture the exact scenario at the airport. where there's just not enough. I don't know why. Like, there's the pop-up kind of airport bar, you know what I mean? Right in the middle of the concourse, it seats like 10. And then you've got like some of the actual restaurants. Those typically have, 5, 6 or so televisions, but the selection is not always the best. You're right. Sometimes they don't have the right games on. And that's like, even at an airport, that's always a bad sign. It's one thing if you walk into a bar locally that they have no clue what games should be on. It's gotten to the point where there's a local bar here in town too, man, where a buddy of mine goes there enough and they have an iPad that controls all the TVs, and the bartender will just be like, here, figure it out, and hands him the iPad, and he starts programming the TVs for them. That's where it's got. I feel like you want them to hand you the iPad when they know Austin's coming through the airport, and you can just set it all up for them.
Please. I would be happy to take that job, that responsibility, because you know what? I'll give variety. It'll be a trail mix of sports rather than every TV being on MLB Network's hot stove, right? Like, I don't need to watch network or studio television for MLB Network. I want to watch actual games. It's just annoying. My sports one that I'm adding to the list, though, this week, and this is something that we haven't added to the list yet, which is actually surprising, but I think it's official. I think, Alex, this is the week we do it. We have to throw the Pro Bowl onto the list. And I don't need to explain why. I think everyone knows why I'm adding the Pro Bowl to the list. However, I will say this. What the Pro Bowl is doing, obviously it's a glorified elementary school field day, right? It is, you go out there, you play dodgeball and capture the flag and tug of war, and it's literally anything but football has become the Pro Bowl. And there was a lot of fuss made this week about Shedeur Sanders and Joe Flacco getting nods into the Pro Bowl. Who cares, right? Like, I don't know why any of us care, because it's not like we're going to watch. Like, what? Shedeur Sanders got invited to the thing that I wasn't going to watch anyway? Man, what are they doing? But this is expected. What the Pro Bowl is doing with the change in the format and who they're inviting to it, this is expected. You know why? Alex, do you have a dog, or do you ever have a dog growing up?
Yeah, I got a dog right now. Absolutely.
Okay, so like, like when a dog is getting older in life and, they're getting near the time when it's come to pass, like they start acting erratically, right? They start, laying down in places in the house that they wouldn't normally. They start throwing up in random corners of the house. They start pooping inside. This is what the Pro Bowl is doing. It's on its last leg, okay? Should we add tug of war? Why not? Let's make the halftime show one giant TikTok flash mob. Sure. Okay. Let's put in Shedeur Sanders and Joe Flacco. It's acting erratically because it's about to die. And so that is why the Pro Bowl is the Pro Bowl for me is added to the list.
Look, the Pro Bowl used to be a free trip to Hawaii for you and the family. At least it used to be somewhat of a game, and maybe you were excited, and they were wearing the helmet still of the team that they represent and all that. There was some cool element to that. Yeah, this thing I haven't watched in about 4 or 5 years at least. I will not be watching next week. I don't know who is. We say that, and yet the ratings will surprise us, even for tug of war. The fact that can you believe Kevin Stefanski? Kevin Stefanski got fired, man. 2 Pro Bowl quarterbacks on his roster. See what he did. All this talk that he doesn't care about Shedeur Sanders and all that, and yet Joe Flacco and Shedeur Sanders are Pro Bowl quality quarterbacks. I mean, Atlanta has a head coach now that's capable of getting 2 quarterbacks in 1 year to the Pro Bowl. I'll tell you what, they should be thrilled.
Oh, man, the Pro Bowl just does not mean anything anymore.
It does not. It does not. So the Pro Bowl, once again, finding ways for it to embarrass itself. All right, up next, though, was this embarrassing for the Pro Football Hall of Fame? That is that Bill Belichick's not a first ballot Hall of Famer. What went into this decision? How did we get here? What it tells us about the future of the Hall of Fame? We'll get to that next here on Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on a great Saturday, Westwood One Sports. This is BetMGM Game Day. Hope you guys are having a good start to your Saturday. We've got some big-time college hoops we're going to get to later on in the program, including one of the guys is going to be the number one overall pick in the NBA draft. We don't know who it's going to be yet, whether it's Darren Peterson or AJ DeBonsa, but it's BYU, it's Kansas. College Game Day is in Lawrence for that one, so we'll talk some college hoops and also a little bit about what we have seen in the last week or so in college basketball. Last night, keeping an eye on Michigan State. They lost at home to Michigan despite making a little push there late. So calendar is turning to February, where that means we're only a month or so away from some March Madness as well. So we'll get to that. But in the meantime, we know next week, NFL Honors, Austin, the NFL Honors will announce some of the year awards, also announce the Hall of Fame class for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. But we got a taste of that a week early with a leak from the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Bill Belichick, everybody knows by now, based on reports, will not be a first ballot Hall of Famer. And that caused just a complete media firestorm. And look, I'm not suggesting that I wasn't surprised. I certainly was stunned to see that Bill Belichick was not getting into the Hall of Fame. I just kind of assumed he was going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. What I was stunned, I guess, with was the reaction overall to it, as if like it was the biggest injustice in sports history, and that, oh my, it was the worst thing, and the little pearl clutching that was going on. It was bizarre to me because, for starters, I would have voted for Bill Belichick to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Let me be very clear about that. I think it is pretty crazy that he's not. What I can't get over is that when you have a committee of 50 people that are voting, the whole point of a committee is to have varying opinion and rules, right? Or varying opinion and thoughts, right? Like that's just kind of how that whole thing works. Otherwise, we would just kick out a sheet of analytics and computers would decide who is going into Hall of Fames. So that part of it, if somebody wanted to consider the cheating allegations, or not even allegations, frankly, they were proven. We can debate how serious they were, but Spygate, Deflategate to a lesser extent. Like, I guess I don't get why people are going after every single voter, and we only know of one voter as of right now that did not vote for Belichick. If it was for cheating, like maybe, just maybe, that bugged somebody when it came to that. Now, if you didn't vote for Belichick because of a personal vendetta, because he was mean to you, like that's silly. You should lose your vote if that's the case. But because of cheating, if someone feels that you're not a first ballot Hall of Famer for that reason, I have no issue with that.
Yeah, I think the uproar stems from the fact that this is, I mean, I think arguably the greatest coach of all time in NFL history. And
sure,
for him not to get in on the first ballot is like, well, if he can't get in, then who can, right? And so I understand the uproar about it. I was the biggest Patriots hater during that 20-year run that they had, and yet I'm still like, what are we doing here? And I think you brought up a great point, though, that if we do have to remember, people have different opinions. And if you want to not vote for Bill Belichick for a specific reason, that is your right. That is exactly why we have committees. That's why we do it. But if you're not voting for him for petty reasons, that's where I have an issue with it.
Sure.
If you're doing it because you don't like Jordan Hudson's nail color, like if you're doing it because, Bill Belichick was rude to you during a press conference, like that's a vendetta, and that's not right, because you have to be able to, it is your responsibility to separate that from what he accomplished on the field, because it's not a hall of very nice. It's a hall of fame. Like it is he earned that right with everything that he accomplished on the field for that. Now, again, if the cheating allegations, accusations, if that plays a role in you not voting, that's fine. I can't argue with that. I think that's, you see it in baseball all the time, outside of maybe Carlos Beltran getting in. Most guys that have been caught cheating have been removed from, any ballot or have not been voted on to get into the Hall of Fame. So I understand that. I don't agree with it necessarily, at least in terms of Bill Belichick, because of what he accomplished after Spygate, and Deflategate wasn't necessarily his thing. In fact, he was expelled from any wrongdoing in that.
Right.
I have an issue with the pettiness. If you were not voting for him for anything petty, then you need to have your
Totally.
voting privileges revoked.
Absolutely, yeah. We're actually surprisingly aligned on this for the most part. I think that's the big problem with all these Hall of Fames. Frankly, there's no transparency. The voting process for the most part stinks. You brought up baseball. I think that's a good comparison here because, look, I'm also one of those people that would put every single steroid user that we know of and you guys know the names we're talking about. We're talking about Clemens, we're talking about Bonds, et cetera. I would have all of them in the Baseball Hall of Fame. It is about telling the story of baseball, and you can't just, the device from Men in Black just wipe our memory and act like it didn't exist. We all saw it happen, and they should be, a steroid wing, if you want, in the Baseball Hall of Fame. I would have them all in, and yet there's certain players that are not in because, as you said, they were mean. They love David Ortiz, so he's in, despite the allegations there from, I think it was like a 2003, quote unquote failed test or whatever it was, versus, well, Barry Bonds was a big jerk or whatever, so we don't like him. They should all be in. And so this is not even me like saying Belichick should not be in the Hall of Fame. Absolutely not. Again, I would vote Belichick first ballot Hall of Fame. I just understand if somebody wants to say, hey, look, clearly you guys care about who's a first ballot Hall of Famer or not, because that's why the whole uproar is happening, then maybe somebody thinks you shouldn't be a first ballot Hall of Famer if there were cheating allegations. Now, we do know one of the, I guess as people are phrasing it now, or coining it, the Belichick 11, which is the most ridiculous thing that I've heard. But the Belichick 11.
Ocean's 11. Yeah.
Yeah. I think aren't they making another one of those too? Like now they're all old.
I think so.
With George Clooney and everything. I think there's another one coming out. But you're right. The Belichick 11. We know one of the 11 that did not vote. And this is where the transparency, I think, is tough. I think if you're going to vote on an award like this, then you should have to make your vote public. Now, with that said, I also recognize that, man, we live in a crazy, crazy world right now, and you saw the reaction on social media. There is a, frankly, safety component to this as well, because there are people, with the one writer in particular already, the one writer that came out and said, hey, I didn't vote for Belichick. Have you seen the comments and the mentions? It is downright nasty. And so there is a safety element. As much as I want transparency, there's some people that will truly go after somebody over not voting their favorite coach or player. So that's the tough part of this. But the one reporter that we know that didn't vote is actually Vahe Gregorian from the Kansas City Star, someone that I have interacted with at media settings here locally, a longtime columnist in KC. I think he was a columnist in St. Louis for 30 years. And his reasoning, Austin, was not cheating or anything. His reasoning was that, hey, this voting process is flawed. It's not a simple yes or no vote. We can only vote 3 guys out of these categories. And so he wanted to make sure guys like L.C. Greenwood, for example, or Kenny Anderson got a vote, and they were snubbed for decades. I actually dislike that reason more, like with all due respect.
Wait, really?
To Vahe. I do, because so wait, those guys were snubbed for 20 or 30 years, so now I'm going to snub somebody else for a year. Like, I acknowledge that Bill Belichick should be in, but I'm going to snub him. Like, maybe after 30 years you didn't get in because maybe after 30 years you're just not a Hall of Famer. Like, the whole process needs to be changed, though, I guess, is the overarching issue with this entire thing.
Yeah, and I saw that the explanation, and I was like, okay, yeah, I'm okay with that being your reasoning for not putting Belichick in, because in your mind, if you're voting and there are a lot of people that you feel like are deserving of getting in that haven't gotten in, and you want to use a year to kind of give them some boost and give them a vote, then I'm okay with that, because you're thinking in your mind, well, Belichick's gonna get in, right? Like, and he'll probably get in this year even without my vote. And for him to come clean and to say, like, yeah, this is why I did, I actually respect that. And I don't.
Well, I respect him putting his name on it for sure.
But it's, yeah, right, exactly. And yeah, because the other 10 of the 11 they're worried of getting caught by Terry Benedict after robbing his casino, right? Like I feel like they're laying very low right now and hiding in the shadows. But I'm actually okay with that, because I think every Hall of Fame has that handful of people, like in baseball. Like Steve Garvey isn't a Hall of Famer right now. Like it's ridiculous on the baseball side. Like every sport has those players that for whatever reason just got overlooked by the committee. And for him to shed a light on that, I'm like, okay, especially in this year alone, because he's thinking Belichick's getting in with or without my vote. Well, somehow there were 10 other people that did not vote for him, which I think those other 10 people are the bad guys in this entire scenario. I don't know about you, Alex, but I don't know. I
just want to know. Yeah, I want to know their reasoning, man. Like, and again, I understand the issue if everybody's public, but I do respect Vahe Gregorian from the Kansas City Star for putting his name on it, even if I disagree with the reasoning. But I want to know, are the other 10 people, did they do the exact same thing? Was it because they wanted to make sure somebody like Elsie Greenwood, who's been passed over for decades, gets in? Or how many of them was it for cheating? How many of them was it because they were being petty? And again, if it was just being petty, you should not have a vote anymore. And this is also why none of the other guys have come forward. So it is fascinating. And then you got Bill Polian. Who really jump-started this whole thing. And there was different reports about him maybe not remembering who he voted for 2 weeks earlier, which was ridiculous. And it turns out, I guess, he did vote for Bill Belichick after all this. This was Bill Polian, longtime NFL executive, over on SiriusXM.
I voted for Coach Belichick in the Hall of Fame selection meeting. The Pro Football Hall of Fame has confirmed that fact through the auditors of the selection process. Again, I'll state that I never said that I believe that Coach Belichick should, quote, wait a year, close quote, for enshrinement. This has been confirmed by the Pro Football Hall of Fame, numerous selectors who are in the room, and my vote for Coach Belichick. As a Hall of Fame member and selector, I realize the import of what we do. I've always tried, as a selector, to make these difficult choices with the utmost of objectivity. I've said on SiriusXM Radio and numerous other media outlets that I believe Coach Belichick to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. My vote confirms that.
So that was Bill Polian on SiriusXM. He did, after all this, vote for Belichick. We know there's been a long-standing, beef, if you will, between, of course, the Colts, Bill Polian, Patriots for obvious reasons and all that. And look, I don't know how we went from couldn't remember how I voted to I can confirm I voted in that whole thing and how that transpired overall. But people wanted to make it out to be like Bill Polian is why all the no votes happened. By the way, as much as Bill Polian to me has been bitter in a lot of things and wrong about things he has said in the past around Lamar Jackson and his draft status and what position he should play and all that kind of stuff, based on even the one voter that we know that voted no, Bill Polian had nothing to do with, the one reporter voting for Elsie Greenwood. So I actually do think he's probably taken too much heat for Belichick not getting in, but it doesn't mean that Bill Polian's completely immune from criticism here.
No, yeah, right. Obviously, okay, Bill Polian says, yeah, no, I voted for him, and he comes out and, okay, so, I guess, everyone's like, well, we got to expel him from any wrongdoing here. But that doesn't negate the fact that Bill Polian could still be going around and, campaigning against Belichick. He could be creating the mutiny against getting Belichick into the Hall of Fame. Like, that could still be it. I'm not saying it is, obviously.
Sure.
But I wouldn't be shocked if he did throw out some text messages or, get to talking about, hey, who you got going in your Belichick? I don't know if I can get behind Belichick. It could be a case. Obviously, I'm making complete hypotheticals right now. But just because he voted him in doesn't expel Bill Polian for any wrongdoing. And we know that Bill Polian has always had this thing against the Patriots for decades. So the track record is what makes us believe the worst in Bill Polian in this scenario. And we have no wrongdoing in thinking that way.
In fact, Pete Prisco, longtime NFL reporter, was on with Nick Costos on You Better You Bet, talking about Bill Polian and the whole scenario with Belichick not being a first ballot Hall of Famer.
No, I do not. I think he was actively involved in it. And by the way, Bill Polian, you work with him, and I covered him, and he used to scream and yell at me all the time. But at one point, the funny thing is he thought I had a Hall of Fame vote, and so that tune changed real quickly because I never did. And there's a story behind that, by the way, why I never did, and I'm glad I didn't, to be honest with you. I'm glad I never did. But, so, no, I think he actively was involved in it. As to me not being in the room and not being a Hall of Fame voter, it used to go to the newspaper that covered the team way back in the day. And so it never went to a certain person. It went to the newspaper, and the beat guy usually got, or the columnist got the vote and kept the vote. Well, when the Jaguars started, they were mad at the newspaper, i.e. mad at me for stuff I had written about them and done to them, so they decided to give it to a TV guy. And when they gave it to the TV guy, after a couple of years, they came back and said, no, maybe we want to take it back from him, give it to Pete or the newspaper. And they said, nope, you can't do it. So that guy's still a voter. And look, he does a good job. I'm not going to complain about him. I know him. But that's why I'm not in the room. And as it turns out, it's probably a good thing I'm not in the room because I'd be argumentative and nasty and tell people where they should go and everything else. You know how that is. And selling my guys and selling Tony Baselli, trying to sell Fred Taylor, sometimes I felt like I was banging my head against the wall because they didn't really do the research and didn't understand what those guys did and how they do it and so how they did it. And so I think it's become more beneficial to me to try and push guys rather than be in the room and try and fight the fight.
So that was Pete Prisco on with Nick Costos on Westwood One Sports. You Better You Bet. Look, I think he highlighted a couple things there, including just the process of voting. This is why I think it needs to be shifted around. Not only the ability to select from certain pools of player and contributors and not limited just to having to select 3 in this case. Because remember, the case for Belichick and the debate there is way different than the debate people are going to have about Tom Brady. Because that was the whole thing. Like, well, if Belichick's not first ballot, how can Tom Brady? I think we learn even from the one voter. It'll be way different because you're not dealing with the same pool of people. Brady will just be compared to his peers, other players. And so he'll easily be first ballot and probably unanimous. I don't think there'll be any issue there with Tom Brady. But the Hall of Fame, not only do they have a problem with leaks happening on a regular basis clearly now, because we found about Eli Manning even early than we were supposed to, but I don't know if we need more than 50 voters, if we need less, if we need to have 100 voters or whatever it may be. They've got to do something. You even heard Prisco there saying, it's usually just a bunch of NFL writers that cover the team. Why is it only writers? Like, why is it only writers that are part of this? Why is there not other people involved in this decision? It sounds like there's like one TV reporter and then the rest are just, old NFL writers, frankly, that are part of the process.
Right. Yeah, and I think you make a great point there. Why is it only writers? Now, you can't go to the ultimate extreme and then allow fan voting because that's when you get,
No. I'm not advocating for that.
You're random. Yeah, but you're right. Like, there's other forms of media now, and why aren't they included in the selection process? To me, I've lost all faith in Hall of Fame committees. The day Ken Griffey Jr. was not a unanimous Hall of Famer, when there was one guy who did not vote for Ken Griffey Jr., giving him I think it was like 98% of the vote or something like that. That was when I was like, oh, okay. So Hall of Fame voters are just they take themselves way too seriously, and it's an issue. That's when I lost all faith in the entire Hall of Fame voting process.
Yeah, need a shakeup across the board, whether it's the Baseball Hall of Fame or the Pro Football Hall of Fame. All right, up next, let's talk about coaches. I don't know if anybody thinks these upcoming coaches we're going to discuss will ever be a Hall of Famer, but we had a few more hirings, including in Cleveland and in Pittsburgh. Mike McCarthy is back to being a head coach. How's that going to play out? What does it mean for Aaron Rodgers? That's coming up right here on BetMGM Game Day.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
I think I thought at least be able to get started. Oftentimes coaches and players, you put on new team colors, and it takes a minute to feel comfortable in those new colors. But to be blessed beyond any measure, one day to put on the colors you wore since you brought home. I apologize. Brett, I told you not to sit my family down here in front. This is so unfair. When you come home from Mercy Hospital, I do want to thank Art Rooney, Omar Khan, Dan Rooney, and the entire Steelers organization for the trust they placed in me to represent one of the most storied franchises in all of sports.
An emotional Mike McCarthy at his introductory press conference, the next head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Let's talk some coaching here on Westwood One Sports. So Mike McCarthy, one of the rare instances, man, where you get a third crack at it. We all know Green Bay had success there, won a ring, goes to Dallas and not accomplish what they wanted him to, although I still don't think it was a disastrous tenure by any means down in Dallas. But he gets a third opportunity, and that just doesn't really happen all that often. I mean, there's a handful of coaches. Marty Schottenheimer is in that group of coaches that got 3 opportunities to be a head coach, especially in today's day and age. Yes, it's a retread league, but usually not a third time. We can get to the Joe Brady hire in Buffalo, Todd Monken in Cleveland, but Mike McCarthy, this feels like the safe hire, doesn't it, to you? Like, Mike Tomlin steps down. This was not Mike Tomlin gets fired and then they hire kind of a similar type of coach in terms of at least the track record of success. So this is not like, hey, why did you fire Tomlin only to hire McCarthy? No, Mike Tomlin stepped down. So I give them that benefit of the doubt. But I would have thought the Steelers would have gone with a little bit more of the young up-and-coming hire. I mean, Mike Tomlin, when he was hired, was not somebody with a ton of experience. He came over from Minnesota as a coordinator, and obviously it worked out very well for them, and specifically the first 5 years of his time there. But as much as we praise the Rooney family for being stable and being patient, and they don't hire coaches all that often in their franchise's history, are we sure they also just don't really like coaching searches? Like, they just want to get through the process, and they're very safe. Because that's what this is. Like, the floor is very high with Mike McCarthy. You're not going to bottom out. You're not going to only win 6 games with him, but you're going to be in the same world, right? You're going to be in this 9 to 10, occasionally maybe an 11 or 12 win season type of frame, and you're in no man's land from a draft perspective. Hell, Aaron Rodgers might be coming back now because Mike McCarthy's there if he doesn't end up retiring or go to Minnesota, I guess. It's a very safe hire is how I would describe Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, and it's so on brand for the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Steelers said, we're gonna move away from a Mike whose last Super Bowl appearance was in 2011 and move on to a Mike whose last Super Bowl appearance was in 2011. It is a safe hire. It is a very Pittsburgh Steelers hire where, look, I think Mike McCarthy, I don't think he deserves all of the flack that he's gotten from Steelers fans, but I think Steelers fans were feeling exactly what you just said, Alex. I think they were expecting a Mike Tomlin type hire when Mike Tomlin was hired. A young, hungry, young guy that is going to go out and really have something to prove. I mean, they did get a hungry head coach in Mike McCarthy, but I feel like on a different level. I think that this is like Peter Griffin going into his closet and choosing out what to wear, right? It's just the same thing that Pittsburgh always does. And look, Mike McCarthy will probably win 8 to 10 games every single season, just as Mike Tomlin did. And that's just kind of what we've come to expect. I don't think Mike McCarthy, the thing that shocks me the most about this hire is, like you said, the Steelers don't like coaching searches. They don't fire coaches. They want stability, and they want long-term, like a foundation built. Mike McCarthy has maybe 10 years, 15 years left under his belt before he'll probably hang it up for good. Like, he's an older head coach. And the Steelers aren't going to have to do that. So the Steelers are going to have to probably hit the ground. And that's if Mike McCarthy is able to sustain the success that Mike Tomlin had. So that's the weird part about it for me when it comes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. But hiring Mike McCarthy, I'm not surprised at all.
So, yeah, this is not even, for me, it's just the fit in Pittsburgh. And he obviously has the ties. You heard how emotional he is. I think, look, it's a great story. It's how cool is this that he gets an opportunity to coach a team that he grew up rooting for. He is Pittsburgh. Like, we all know the connection there. And that part of it is really, really neat. Like, I thought Mike McCarthy, if John Harbaugh did not enter the coaching cycle, right? We all know Harbaugh got fired by the Baltimore Ravens. But if John Harbaugh didn't, I think the New York Giants hiring Mike McCarthy, I would have a different opinion, right? That's an organization that's winning 4 games. You know, that's an organization that would love to consistently be a 10-game winner. But in the Steelers' case, you've already been that. So does that make sense? I think for me, Mike McCarthy in New York, I would be way more excited about that hire. Raise the floor, bring some respectability, all that, which is, by the way, still what John Harbaugh does. And John Harbaugh's the better hire. I'm just saying, I thought Mike McCarthy with the Giants would have been the perfect hire there if Harbaugh wasn't available. I don't know if Mike McCarthy, other than the ties to Pittsburgh, really does a whole lot for the Pittsburgh Steelers long term. And I know it's a weird thought to have, which, you know, for organizations. No organization thinks tank, right? That's not how fans operate that way at times, but organizations really don't, at least in the National Football League. But to me, they would be better off taking the big risk that a Nate Shieldhouse, who's the passing game coordinator in L.A. with the Rams, you hire him. Maybe he stinks. I don't know, right? Maybe he flames out and it's awful, but he also might be the next young up-and-coming head coach. If he flames out for 2 years, it's a disaster, and you're in position to draft a quarterback. Now you're going to be stuck around, 9 and 10 wins, and you're going to be drafting 20th just about every year. And unless you draft, I guess, Ty Simpson or somebody like that this year out of Alabama, you're going to be playing in the waters of Aaron Rodgers coming back or Mac Jones or Malik Willis. I mean, that's going to be your quarterback situation next year, probably.
Yeah, but maybe that's why they went with the Mike McCarthy route. Obviously, the ties to Pittsburgh is strong, and that does mean a lot to Pittsburgh. That is you have to know Pittsburgh, right? And people from the outside, maybe they can acquire it over time, but Mike McCarthy already has that established. But I think, to me, the quarterback situation in Pittsburgh is why they brought in Mike McCarthy. And it's not necessarily the ties to Aaron Rodgers, but whoever they get to be the next quarterback. Because even if Aaron Rodgers did come back, that's for a season probably at most. I think Mike McCarthy's track record of developing really strong quarterback play is why Pittsburgh was like, maybe this is the guy. Because, I mean, what he did with Dak Prescott was he turned him into one of the game's best quarterbacks. What he did with Aaron Rodgers, 2 MVPs under Aaron Rodgers, or with Aaron Rodgers under Mike McCarthy. Like, that to me is like maybe like why Pittsburgh is thinking, okay, look, we've had a hard time finding anyone under center since Ben Roethlisberger's out. Let's bring in Mike McCarthy so that way when we do, maybe whether it be through the draft or if they sign a young guy that they can develop, Mike McCarthy will be able to do that.
And then you got Buffalo making the announcement this week that Joe Brady, their offensive coordinator, gets promoted. He's now the head coach there with the Buffalo Bills. We all know a week ago we were discussing comments from their ownership about Keon Coleman and putting the blame on the coaching staff, not their general manager, Brandon Beane. And what do? They end up promoting from that same coaching staff that they said basically made a bad draft pick in Keon Coleman. It's kind of funny how that worked out. And, it sounds more and more like, Sean McDermott again and Brandon Beane, they did not maybe get along. And so they just decided to promote the guy that had a good relationship still with Josh Allen. So you don't worry about bringing in someone that Josh Allen's not going to get along with. Joe Brady, let me be clear. Like he was just even a year or two ago, going back also prior to that to LSU. I mean, he was viewed as this up and coming hot OC name and everything like this. So I don't want to act like it's, I think if it weren't for the comments from ownership a week ago, I would say the hire makes a ton of sense. I just am a little confused based off of what was said at that press conference, what was said about what happened after the playoff exit and that locker room to then you're just promoting the OC. we know Brian Dable was also in the mix and had ties to Josh Allen. And look, you want to keep Josh Allen happy. You want him to be comfortable. And offensively, even with the wide receiver room, they were actually very good offensively this year. James Cook, of course, helps that cause as well. But were you surprised that, based on what ownership said a week ago, that Joe Brady, they just promoted from within?
Yeah, I was surprised. And as I'm a Tennessee Titans fan. As a Titans fan, I want to say thank you to Buffalo for not hiring Brian Daboll, because he is now the offensive coordinator in Nashville, and I think he's going to work wonders with Cam Ward.
It's a great hire.
I don't understand what the Bills are doing. You can't look at the Buffalo Bills right now and tell me that the Buffalo Bills are better today than they were when they lost in the divisional round of the playoffs. Sean McDermott had this thing rolling, and sure, did they hit roadblocks in the playoffs? Yes, but every team does every single year. Unless you're the Patriots or the Chiefs, you're not making it to the Super Bowl out of the AFC. That is literally what 9 out of the last 10 Super Bowls have had the Patriots or Chiefs in there. So what the Bills are doing, I just don't get it. I don't understand. And you made a great point, Alex. Like, you can't say one thing and then do another. You can't say, oh, well, the coaching staff heavily favored Keon Coleman and they disrupted our entire draft process, and then hire one of the coaches that was part of that coaching staff. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And look, Joe Brady, maybe he's good, but I'd be willing to take the field on this bet. I'd be willing to say that it's not going to be near as good as what you had with Sean McDermott.
And it sounds like at this point, too, Sean McDermott might just be taking a year off. I mean, there's only 2 openings left, Raiders and Cardinals, and it doesn't look like he's in the mix there. It really appears that he's going to take the Mike McCarthy route, if you will, and sit out a year. And then you and I will be sitting here next January talking about openings, and Sean McDermott's going to be a name very high on the list for multiple teams. Like, Sean McDermott will be a head coach in this league again. He absolutely deserves an opportunity to be a head coach again. But maybe you step away from for a year, you learn a little bit about maybe what you didn't do right, and then a year from now, a team looking for a defensive-minded head coach goes in that direction. But the Joe Brady thing, it just didn't jive with what ownership said. That's all what stood out to me, because if you're looking at the offensive decisions, Joe Brady, was the offensive voice in that room with Josh Allen as well. What Sean McDermott is a defensive-minded guy. So that it just was kind of bizarre to me. So we'll see how it plays out in Buffalo. And the bar is very, very high for Joe Brady based off of where the Buffalo Bills have been. And now their division looks tougher than it certainly had been prior to this season. Maybe a little later in the show, we'll talk about the Raiders and Cardinals, who right now it feels like are waiting on Clint Kubiak, maybe at least in Vegas. And after the Super Bowl there with the Seattle Seahawks, we'll also get into the Browns, who go with Todd Monken and in the process really upset Jim Schwartz, who seemingly wants out of Cleveland now, who could be a hot defensive coordinator name, maybe in Buffalo for that matter of fact. Up next, though, let's get to the sounds of the week, some of the sounds that stood out to us right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. checkdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on a Saturday. It is BetMGM Game Day. Here in about 15 minutes, we'll get to a potential proposal in the National Football League that I think would be a complete disaster if the league moved forward with it. We'll tell you what that is, see if you guys agree. You guys can always watch the show, interact with us on YouTube. Also, appreciate Mike in Baltimore sent us a tweet talking earlier about the NFL playing outdoors and how the increase in games being played in the NFL is why ultimately we have gotten to this point where we're even debating outdoor football in the month of January. So we appreciate your guys' interaction with us. Individually, you can hit us up on X as well, Alex Gold, at Alex Gold, and then Austin is at Austin Huff as well. So thanks for hanging out with us. But it is that time in the show where we get to some of the sounds of the week, and it takes us to Seattle, actually, where Tom Brady was on with Brock Heward and Mike Salk over on Seattle Sports, not understanding why Bill Belichick was not a first ballot Hall of Famer.
I don't understand it. I mean, I was with him every day. If he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer, there's really no coach that should ever be a first ballot Hall of Famer, which is completely ridiculous because people deserve it. And he's incredible. There's no coach I'd ever want to play, I'd rather play for. If I'm picking one coach to go out there to win a Super Bowl, give me one season, I'm taking Bill Belichick. So that's enough said. There's nothing outside of that. You know, again, when it comes down to votes and, you know, popularity and all that, like, you know, then welcome to the world of voting, and you may as well go, you know, try out for the Oscars or whatever and, you know, get a big panel to tell you if you're good or not. So it's the way it works, and unfortunately, you know, he's going to get into the Hall of Fame. In the end, I'm not worried about that. You know, and a lot of times in life, you know, for all of us, you know, things don't happen exactly how you want them on your timeline, but we'll all be there to celebrate him when it does happen. And he's going to have a huge turnout from so many players, coaches that appreciated everything that he did and the commitment that he made to winning and the impact that he had on all our lives. And that'll be a great celebration when it happens.
So that was Tom Brady, of course, supporting Bill Belichick and what he's done. And look, yeah, obviously, Bill Belichick is clearly going to get in year two now. None of us thought he would have to wait a year, but in year two, I mean, it's probably going to be unanimous at this point with all the outrage and stuff, Austin. I mean, he'll be unanimous by the time we get to year two for this entire thing. I know we already hit on our reasons for, you know, where we're at on this earlier in the show. Again, I would have voted first ballot Tom Brady. I would, and I will for Bill Belichick if I had a vote as well on both cases. But I think when you have 50 people voting, there are some that are going to vote no on the cheating part of it, and there clearly was some that just voted no because it wasn't a simple yes or no vote, right? That's not how this works. You can only select a few based off of the criteria the Hall of Fame has given them, and that led to people trying to make sure some older guys got in, knowing that Belichick will get in. So to me, it just represents a flawed Hall of Fame voting process.
Yeah, I said earlier, I've lost faith in any sort of Hall of Fame balloting process once, you know, Ken Griffey Jr. was not unanimous. I have very little faith in Hall of Fame voters because, you know, a lot of them are, in fact, I think all of them are writers and, or excuse me, a lot of them are writers, and writers like to, you know, a lot of times think very highly of themselves and their takes, and sometimes their takes will infiltrate their selection process, which I think is just it's wrong. If you're not voting for Bill Belichick for petty reasons, you should have your credentials, not your credentials, but your voting privileges,
your vote,
revoked. If you're doing it for, you know, other reasons like for the cheating or anything like that, that's fine. And I think we as a collective need to remember that, because there was a big outcry for him not getting in, but everyone is entitled to their own opinion. I just hope that opinion is not just because I don't like him.
Over in the NBA, LeBron James was back in Cleveland. That's where our next sound takes us. And it is from Cavs second-year player Jalen Tyson over in Cleveland discussing whose city it is.
And certainly this could be potentially LeBron's last game in this building. How would you characterize his impact on this city and franchise? Well, you can say something too.
This is Donovan Mitchell city now. This is Donovan Mitchell city now. When he come back here, we're going to make sure that everybody roots for him like they did for him. So this is his stuff. This is his city.
Yes, sir, Jalen.
That's over on ESPN, supporting his guy. I understand what he's trying to say, okay? I understand he's trying to pump up his guy, Donovan Mitchell, and where things are at. But, I mean, we're talking about we don't have to get into the MJ LeBron debate, but we're talking about one of the GOATs in sports and maybe the GOAT of basketball. You can't say that. You can't. No, that's LeBron City, man. Sorry, not to mention the ties to Ohio for starter. Like, come on now. And he did apologize, I guess. Jalen Tyson did ultimately for those comments.
See, and that's where I have issue with it. You can say that. Say it with your chest, but then don't backpedal it once you realize you created a firestorm online. Is Cleveland Donovan Mitchell's city? No. Will it ever be Donovan Mitchell's city? No. But if you're going to declare that, stand by it, dude. Don't walk it back after you're backpedaling faster than freaking Antonio Cromartie. Like, give me you speak with it with your chest, Jalen Tyson. Come on. Like, yeah, this is Donovan Mitchell. In fact, double down after the game. Go even harder saying it's Donovan Mitchell's city. Start writing a petition to the city that Donovan Mitchell deserves a statue in the town square of Cleveland. Do whatever you need to do, but don't backpedal it after clamoring it on the court and then checking your phone after the game and being like, oh, no, people are mad at me online. Stand up, dude.
Do you think LeBron, this is it? Like, do you think we're witnessing the last year, or has he still got another one fourth? Look, if there was ever a player that deserved to go the Derek Jeter route and get gift baskets along the way in his final year, it is LeBron. I know there's a lot of LeBron haters out there, but when you have the career he had, to me, he absolutely deserves, if he wants to play another year and let us know ahead of time that's the last year. Trust me, I've not seen LeBron play in person. That's one regret of mine. I've been able to see some all-time greats like Tiger in person or Tom Brady in person. I hope LeBron has one more year, because if that's the case, I will be making every bit of effort to try to watch him play in a final campaign. He deserves the coronation, if you will, of one more year.
I was living in Southern California, and my wife and I, the Lakers were terrible, and we were looking at buying some Lakers tickets because, I wanted to see, Kobe at Staples. And literally the week we started looking at tickets was the week he announced his retirement, and the ticket prices just skyrocketed. I think if we know anything about LeBron, he's not going to go out like this season. He's going to announce it. It will be a show. It will be, the grand farewell finale tour of LeBron. And I hope he does, honestly. LeBron, to me, is one of those players that there are a lot of LeBron haters out there because people want to say, oh, well, he's not Michael Jordan. No, he's not Michael Jordan. He's different, and he's great. Michael Jordan and LeBron can both be two of the greats that we've ever seen ever, and we've been lucky to have them back to back. But once it's all said and done with his career, you're going to have so many people being like, yeah, LeBron's the greatest of all time. You'll have people back. When Michael Jordan played, many people hated Michael Jordan. They couldn't stand Michael Jordan, the success. But now all of a sudden that it's all wrapped up, everyone's the biggest Michael Jordan defender. I think you're going to see a very similar circumstance with LeBron, where we're going to be like, yeah, I got to watch LeBron play. We're going to tell our grandkids, yeah, it was amazing. You'll never understand the greatness that he brought night in and night out, like we do now with Michael Jordan.
The wild thing about that LeBron return to Cleveland that just happened earlier in the week when the Lakers were in town was the throwback uniforms the Cavs were wearing, I should say, was a jersey that was introduced when LeBron first played with the Cavs. That's how long his career has been. That's how nuts it has been for LeBron James and how successful of a long career he's had.
His career is as old as throwback uniforms.
Like that's never, like, that doesn't happen. There's never been a player that has gone up against a team or had a throwback jersey not be a jersey, I should say, that was original for him and become a throwback. I don't think we've ever seen that happen in sports. All right, up next, the NFL might be considering a change to how penalties are called and replays are reviewed, and I think it could be a complete disaster if they move forward with it. We'll tell you what that proposal is next here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports. kickoff to cash out. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Another great Saturday here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. A little bit later on in the show, we will get into the NBA trade deadline, which is coming up next week. Of course, the reports this week around Giannis and the Bucks, and still not like flat out saying he wants to be traded, but he's kind of saying he wants to be traded. That's really where we're at. Dan Fafale is going to join us a little bit later on in the show. We'll talk some NBA, what big trades could happen, where could LeBron James end up, next year if he decides to continue playing and not retire. And we will talk some college hoops later on. Big time matchup involving two guys that could be stars in the NBA here before long. The number 1, number 2 overall picks, Darren Peterson, AJ DeBonsa. Which one will it be for number 1 overall? And today is a big showcase game for both of them with College Game Day in KU and BYU, a big college basketball matchup coming up later on. We'll do that. But I saw something from the NFL, and when it comes to what path they might be headed down with some rule changes. I think we all know, right, it's one thing, the tush push is likely to go away. That's one thing. But there was a report from CBS Sports yesterday that for the first time ever, the NFL could begin throwing flags on plays after replay review. This would be, player safety fouls like a face mask or a roughing the passer. And this, to me, would be a disaster for the NFL. Can you imagine this scenario? You are watching a football game, you're watching your team play, and it's late in the game, and they come up with a big interception, but they're reviewing the interception to see if it's actually a catch in bounds. And so they go through this 2.5-minute review, and you're watching every angle, and you're, oh my gosh, it's gonna change the game, or it's gonna seal the win for your team. And the refs then come up on the screen to make an announcement, and they say, after review, the ruling is that the catch is made, the ball carrier or what, doesn't have control of the football, whatever it may be, right? Whatever the dynamic may be. And so you're all excited that your team's retaining possession. And they say, however, there was, in fact, roughing the passer on the play. The interception does not stand. It's a 15-yard penalty, first down, and it just changes everything. This is a terrible scenario for football fans, and I hope it's something that the league recognizes would just be horrendous. Not to mention, we would get into what is roughing the passer, what's not roughing the passer. By the letter of the law, there's roughing the passer a lot more than I think we want to realize on plays. Same with face mask. This, to me, would be one of the terrible decisions the NFL would make if, in fact, we got to this point in the NFL.
Yeah, this is an idea so bad it feels like it was come up with by Rob Manfred. It sounds like this is like one of his doing, or like the NFL is like turning over their rules committee to some random guy on Twitter with a bunch of numbers at the end of his username. Like, this is because look, we've all been there. We've all been there when you're watching your team playing, and maybe the refs missed a face mask, and you're like, "Oh, come on, what the heck? They should be able to review face masks." Yeah, we all say that in passing. Nobody actually means it, because when you actually get it, that's when the game gets worse and it becomes harder to watch, because you're right. Like it can completely change momentum. And if it's missed on the field, that to me should be part of the game. Human error should be part of the game. We're getting kind of like the way we're getting too into like playing on wanting to move the playoffs to neutral site games, or playing every game in a domed stadium. Like, we're missing out on aspects of football, and we're trying to make it too perfect. Football and life is not perfect. So I don't understand why we're going to retroactively be calling flags. Like, I think this would be, I'm hoping it gets voted down. Obviously it still can, but this to me would be so bad. And the reason why I say it is because it already was bad. Remember when we used to review pass interference penalties? This is, and that was what lasted for a year, and they went away from it because they were like, yeah, this is actually a terrible idea. This is essentially the same idea. So what are we doing?
And that was, the issue that we ran into with that after the whole Saints-Vikings fiasco and Case Keenum and all that whole thing. That the problem with that is they were never going to overturn the call on the field, right? That was the other thing with that is officials aren't going to go against other officials, and so they were not going to take a call on the field and say actually it isn't or it isn't pass interference. I think that would happen here a lot in this scenario, but this is even worse than that, just because it would be after a review for a fumble or whatever, and then also just we're now throwing in something that wasn't even what the review was for. So I think this is a terrible idea. The only thing, is there ever a scenario where you want them reviewing penalties? I guess I'll ask you that, because if you told me, I guess, in a roundabout way, if there was, hey, one of your challenges, like we all know the coaches get the 2 challenges. If they get both correct, they get a third or whatever. If you told me that part of the challenge was, hey, as a coach, if you really wanted to waste a challenge on a particular play for roughing the passer, should they be able to use a challenge? But it's the same rules. Like if you get it wrong, then you're done. Maybe you could talk me into that. But again, I don't know if replay officials upstairs or in New York would overturn a non-call on the field for a penalty, because again, that goes to undermining the officials, and they're not going to really do that.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think, like, even if you did implement it as like a challenge, you're going to get the same thing that we got with the pass interference penalties, where the referees are not going to oust other referees. And I don't think it's it's us trying to correct the game too much. And you see it a lot in college football now that, like, you can review targeting. Things happen at the speed of light on a football field. When you slow things down, obviously you're going to see a lot more, but it's going to look a lot worse. If I lead with the crown of my helmet and I make contact with another guy's helmet in slow motion, it's going to look nasty. But I think things need to be judged off of real time, because you can slow down anything and make it look however you want it to look. I think we're almost like adding replay in areas where we don't need replay. We're going too extreme with the technology, and we're trying to make football too perfect when it is an imperfect sport.
Do you think the NFL would be better if I could we'll never get to this, because once you have it, you have it. If I told you we could just go back to not having any replay at all, do you think that would be more enjoyable? Like, I understand now we know how much is missed with the TV angles and all that. Do you think the sport would be better if I told you nothing was reviewable?
That's a good question, because, like baseball for the longest time had no replay review. And, you got your Don Deckingers, you got your, Armando Galarraga failed perfect game, like that to me is, I don't know, man. That's a great question, because I think, look, yes, I do think there is room in the sport for replay. I think the sport is made better with replay. It's when you get a little too replay greedy. I think it's for getting your feet in bounds. If a guy misses a call, sure. I think if a guy makes a spectacular catch, yeah, that should be rewarded with the view of replay. But it's when we try and watch everything, like we review every single play, and because then the game slows down, then it becomes everyone trying to get every single play perfect. That's when I have an issue with it. And so I don't know, man. Where do you come out on it? Because I like replay, but I don't want too much replay, if that makes sense. Like too much ice cream makes you sick.
This is not even just the NFL. I asked the question. I mean, just in all sports. I mean, we see in college basketball, man, the final 2 minutes of these games, we're seeing the rear ends of the refs more than the actual basketball. They're looking at the monitor away from us this whole time. Right. And that's basically what it's become at times in college hoops. I think, it's look, for 50 years before, it was always, hey, the other team's ball, and now we're trying to just barely see it go off the fingertip of a player out of bounds and stuff like that. That's the kind of stuff that drives me crazy. In general, I do think replay has been a good thing for the sport, but you're right. Some of it is just technology. I mean, first we had HD, and now we got 4K TV, and the angles and the camera quality has gotten so good that we see everything. I wish we could almost just freeze replay from when it first started. not how it's evolved, if that makes sense. It's evolved so much with technology that we see too much, man. Like we see too much on what's happening on these replays. And the frame by frame element has gotten worse. I think that's where I'm at on it. And what we've learned though is officiating, as much as we want to talk about not being good or whatever, it has always been bad, but it's just highlighted more than ever because of the angles that we have.
Yeah. Oh, I love the NFL is doing everything to better officiating, but pay officials. Like, officiating should be a full-time job. We can't have these lawyers taking their weekends and officiating, which is what the NFL is essentially doing. Like, it's 100%. If you want to take your sport seriously, then you need to start paying your officials. Have them do weekly meetings, watching film, studying things of what they did wrong, what they did right, going over their own game, going over other referees' games. Like, there should be an NFL refereeing hub, and that should be a full-time gig for these people. We pay players, we pay coaches for just, performing on Sundays. Why don't we do the same for the most important aspect of the game? Because we all know referees can sway games one way or another. And if you want it to be right, you need to put some money down and actually pay these guys, rather than, we're going to add more replay, or we're going to do everything but actually making this their full-time gig where it's all they can focus on and where they can be the best versions of themselves.
Yeah, specific to the NFL, I'm 100% with you on the full-time refs. I mean, I think the CBA is coming up with the players, the ref association, I should say, in the NFL, and so we'll see what they negotiate. I believe that deal expires this offseason, so there might be some new elements. But the problem, too, I think there's a lot of these officials that, of course, love not being full-time officials, because they can still, a lot of them are attorneys, a lot of them are, accountants or whatever, and they have these other gigs as well, and they don't have to do it full-time, but it should be a full-time job. We're talking about a sport with billions of dollars involved, right? The revenue these teams take in, these teams are worth. I mean, the Seattle Seahawks reportedly are going to sell, ownership's going to sell their team, and their estimated value is going to be $7 billion might be the sale for the Seahawks. I mean, these officials should be full-time. I think there was a partnership that was announced mid-season with the Big 12, where they're going to start using the Big 12 to try to hopefully, I guess, train officials or groom officials, however you want to phrase it, for the league. And I think that's a huge step in the right direction. There's also, not to be an ageist, these officials are frankly too old right now. I mean, they got to get some younger officials involved in the game. And I know you got to start at the college level, and it's a very difficult job. I mean, they're having problems getting officials at the youth level, right? I mean, this is probably a much bigger conversation. And at the youth level, it's because you got these parents, and hopefully you're not one of them, Austin. You got these parents with the kids that think they're kids. That's next Tom Brady, and they're yelling at these officials that are making $25 a game and thinking the official cares that little Tommy or whatever is out there, or Timmy is winning his flag football game at 9 years old or whatever, and scaring off these officials.
Look, all right, listen, first of all, my daughters are in swim lessons right now, and there's not a shadow of a doubt that they are going to be the next Michael Phelps. I got freaking Katie Ledecky in my house living with me right now. Just you wait and see. But no, you're like, it's a great point. Like, it's also like, if you go down to the college level too. Remember when instant replay was initially implemented at the college level? There was kind of an unfair advantage from game to game, where you had, the more televised games had more camera angles than your smaller schools, right? And so those plays were like better with the replay review than other schools. And obviously it's way more uniform in the NFL, but I just think, if you want to, it's kind of like the NFL is doing everything they can to fix the problem, but fixing the problem. And it's like a magician with sleight of hand. They're like, oh, well, what if we add replay? Look over here while I don't pay the referees over here. That to me is, I think, the most glaring aspect of this entire thing. And you're right. Like, it's $1 billion organization. They have the money. They have the resources. Heck, they're growing and expanding every year. They're going global. And yet, your line judge is still a guy that works for, Ernst & Young. I'm like, no, make him work for the NFL. Everywhere else, every other job in the NFL is a full-time gig. Make the most important aspect of the NFL a full-time gig.
Yeah, there's been some advances with officiating, the virtual measurement deal this year, which I'll be honest, I thought was going to be really cool. It's a giant waste of time. I mean, I thought that thing was going to be really cool. They put up the graphic that looks like it's from like the original Xbox days or whatever, or GameCube graphic looking thing or whatever it is, and it takes way too long. And we might as well just kept the chain gang. The spot, we're not using the microchip in the ball for the spot. We're just having a graphic we put up on the jumbotron at the game that shows us. Honestly, I thought it was going to be a much bigger deal. We go back to the old chain gang. I'm old school with that, the way it's played out. So we'll see how it goes moving forward.
I'm pretty sure it's a screen grab from Wii Sports. That's what it is.
Actually, that's a great comp. Yeah, it's exactly what that is. That's what it looks like for sure. He's Austin Huff. I'm Alex Gold. I do want to get back into the coaching carousel. We mentioned Mike McCarthy and Joe Brady getting gigs. How about Todd Monken in Cleveland? What that means for Jim Schwartz, what it also means for Shedeur Sanders. That's coming up right here on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
We will take a look at some of the game lines for college hoops a little bit later on in this show. Some big-time top 25 matchups in college basketball, headlined by a couple of the players that could be going number 1, number 2 in the NBA draft. So we'll get there. Also, did see this during the break, Austin. Want to pass it along. We know we're a week or so out of the Olympics beginning in Milan, and you might have seen the news yesterday about Lindsey Vonn. Well, there's an update here. So a day after Lindsey Vonn injured her left knee, she had a terrible fall during World Cup downhill race, I should say, in Switzerland. She announced she will not race in the Super G. She has not yet ruled herself out for competing in the Olympics despite the injury. Remember, she is trying to make a return and a comeback. She's 41 years old now. We all know Lindsey Vonn's success in the Olympics, but at 41, now with another injury, we'll see if this impacts Team USA and Vonn in downhill skiing in Milan. So we're just a week or so out from the opening ceremonies. And I don't know if you're much of an Olympics guy or not, Austin, but certainly Lindsey Vonn is up there as one of the all-time greats. And unfortunately, a big setback this week with an injury. She had to be helicoptered off the slopes, I guess, the other day.
Yeah, I treat the Olympics, and more so the Winter Olympics, the same way I treat the reality shows that my wife watches on Bravo. Like, I'll watch when they're on, but I'm not going to go out of my way to find them, right? And I know that's kind of sacrilege for a host of a sports talk radio show to say, like, yeah, I don't really watch sports. But it's like, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'm going to give it, I'm going to call a spade a spade. I live in Chicago, right? I live in the cold. I don't want to also watch the cold. So I feel like that's kind of part of it. Like, most of the shows I like to watch take place in Southern California because I want to take myself mentally there, right? And so for that reason, it is hard for me to get behind the Winter Olympics. However, again, with that said, I'll probably have them on in the background, and I'll get myself sucked in eventually.
Yeah, look, the ratings have shown that the Olympics less interest than kind of ever when it comes to the Olympics. It used to just be a little more must watch. I think some of it is also social media, especially when there's a time zone difference and you're not watching it live. If I can find out on social media, remember, Michael Phelps back in the day when we were all looking forward to the prime time, 400 meter, or whatever, the butterfly, et cetera, team relay type stuff. That was must watch. Like, I remember I was pretty young at the time. I think it was in like high school. And so I was excited that night knowing that, like, hey, we're going to go watch Michael Phelps later on chase another gold medal. Now it doesn't feel like you have that. One, there's the name rec aspect to it. Michael Phelps became a household name for obvious reasons, but you didn't find out if it wasn't in your time zone. You didn't find out, you didn't know. Nobody was on Twitter in 2006 or whatever, Yeah.
And I don't want to be disrespectful to the Olympics themselves because, in fact, I would argue that the athletes that compete in the Olympics are some of the best athletes that we have, not just in America, but globally. And it's because they are working day in and day out for 4 straight years for this one game, this one event, essentially. Whereas, week in, like with the NFL, they're working 6 days to play every 7th, right? I feel like the athletes themselves are some of the most underappreciated and underrespected athletes. But I think it's to, like, your point, like, because they work in the shadows and they only come out every 4 years, we don't necessarily, they're not household names unless they rise above and they do extraordinarily great things like Simone Biles or Michael Phelps have done. But I do want to give the current props and respect to the athletes themselves. It's just hard for me to get into because I don't know the storylines. I don't know the backgrounds. I don't know. It's the same reason why I can't get into Real Housewives of Orange County. I can't get into the Real Housewives of Potomac. Okay. I don't know what's going on. And so it's harder for me to hit the ground running with it.
We were going to talk coaching carousel here a little bit anyway. There was some breaking news just coming out from Adam Schefter on the defensive side of things for the Buffalo Bills. We already know they hired Joe Brady. They promoted their offensive coordinator, Joe Brady, as the head coach. We now know, according to Schefter, that the Broncos passing game coordinator on the defensive side, the assistant head coach Jim Leonard, who had been interviewing some teams like the Chargers, had him on their radar. Leonard played for both the Bills and the Ravens in his playing days. He now is reportedly going to be the defensive coordinator in Buffalo. I think this is a really smart hire here for the Buffalo Bills. When you're going to promote a guy that's never been a head coach before in Joe Brady as your offensive mind, you better have a really solid defensive-minded guy for your D coordinator to go with that. And this, to me, is a great combination here. Well-respected. We all know what the Broncos defense has been able to do, and he's been able to learn a little bit under Vance Joseph, who as a coordinator has been a terrific defensive coordinator, and now you bring some elements maybe of that. This is a Bills team where offensively, under Joe Brady, they've been able to get it done with Josh Allen, still a top 5 offense despite some wide receiver problems. Defensively, really, over the last couple of years with these playoff runs, that's where they have been let down in the postseason, is some defensive lapses. They, despite having, I understand they had 5 turnovers against the Denver Broncos, but they still they gave up 30 points, even if some of that was set up by a short field. So you got to be strong on defense. I know there were some Bills fans that were wondering if Jim Schwartz would be available, because we know Schwartz is not happy that he didn't get the Cleveland Browns head coaching job. He's still under contract there, and maybe he wants out. And so there's some thought that could Jim Schwartz be a candidate for the Bills DC job. Who knows the dynamics there, and do they not want to wait? Whatever it may be. But Jim Leonard reportedly now the DC for the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, it's kind of like a reverse situation of what went down in Nashville this offseason with the Titans, where you've got this young quarterback and everyone's expecting them to hire an offensive head coach, and then they go Robert Saleh. Well, then that made the most important hire the offensive coordinator. And fortunately, because of the Bills,
Sure,
they were able to go out and get Brian Daboll, because Buffalo didn't hire him. They're doing the exact opposite, where it's like, the offense is going to be fine. In Tennessee, the defense has always been fine, even when they've been terrible. They've had a really strong defense, but it was always like, okay, who's going to develop Cam Ward? Here in Buffalo, it's going to be it's the exact flip. You hire Joe Brady, and it's like, okay, but isn't it the defense that needs help? Well, you bring in a guy like Jim Leonard. That's a great hire, and that to me became the most important hire after Joe Brady was named a head coach. It's okay. Well, what are you going to do about the defense? Because the offense has been fine. You need to figure out where this defense is going. And I love the hire. A name that you brought up though is Jim Schwartz. After getting passed up by the by the Browns for their head coaching job, he's now out the door, which I completely get it. Like, he's probably like, why aren't you giving me a shot? I've given you one of the best defenses in the sport for the last number of years, and I can't even get elevated to head coach after this. Now, Jim Schwartz is one of those guys, one of those retreads that, almost like a Josh McDaniels type, where every time he's kind of gotten that head coaching opportunity, he hasn't lived up to it. But I think that Jim Schwartz is in fact, I'm just going to say it. He is the best defensive coordinator in football. I think he is, with what he has done, with what he's had to work with. I think Jim Schwartz, and he's been that way every step at every place he's gone to, aside from his head coaching stints. Every place he's gone to has had a really, really strong defense, and he's done kind of like what a Robert Saleh has done at every place he's gone, where he's completely turned around defenses. Jim Schwartz, I feel like, that's a freaking gold bar, a golden ticket right there that people need to jump on quickly and hire him right away.
I'd have to think about if he's the best. He certainly is one of the best in the game, for sure. Jim Schwartz is well respected. You're right, what he's done in Cleveland. Now, I don't want to act like he has nothing to work with on that defense. He's got Denzel Ward. He's got Myles Garrett.
Sure.
I'd have to think about, I think Vance Joseph is one of the best defensive. Robert Saleh, now he's a head coach, but I would have said Robert Saleh. I think he's certainly in the conversation as the best defensive coordinator. Now, I do want to know how that's going to play out in Cleveland. I know the reporting is that he's unhappy, but he still is under contract in Cleveland. So how is that going to play out? Will cooler heads prevail with that situation now that you're passed up? I don't know. If not, where does Jim Schwartz end up as a defensive coordinator? Because we know Jim Leonard, who just now reportedly became the DC with the Buffalo Bills, he was getting looks from the Chargers. He was getting looks from the Baltimore Ravens. So, and I believe there was a report that the Chargers have hired someone that used to be with Jesse Minter in L.A. Up in 2004, and then went to Western Michigan. I think it's O'Leary, if I'm not mistaken, is not going to be the DC reportedly with the Chargers. So I don't know if Jim Schwartz is headed there. We'll see where Baltimore ends up with their defensive coordinator hire. Jesse Minter is the head coach. So the feeling is Jim Schwartz going to be paired up with Jesse Minter? I don't really see that.
Well, and I think a big thing for Schwartz is he's going to want to call the defense. He's going to want to be
exactly
calling the shots. And with a guy like Jesse Minter, I know for a fact that Robert Saleh said this week that he's going to be calling the shots on defense. So I don't think a return to Tennessee for Jim Schwartz is a likely option.
What about one of these, the Raiders, if they hire Clint Kubiak, let's say, because I think that's where it's trending. The Raiders have an opening. Let's say they get Clint Kubiak. Could you get a Jim Schwartz to be your DC? That'd actually be a pretty strong start.
Yeah, I think that pairing him with a guy like Clint Kubiak, like you'd have both bases covered right there with the offense and the defense. I think someone's got to jump on him. Like Jim Schwartz shouldn't go a year of sitting on the sidelines because to me, he's just so good. I mean, like it's kind of like with, you've got a good one in Kansas City with Spags. And I feel like every year it's not about who's on the roster because they'd make them great. And it was kind of like that in Cleveland. And you're right. Like he did have big name guys, but Jim Schwartz has a knack for putting his best players in opportunities to succeed. And obviously you saw that this year with Myles Garrett and the last few years with Myles Garrett with breaking the sack record. Jim Schwartz he's very slept on. And I think he is a Peter Principle guy where I don't think he's a great head coach, but he's an amazing defensive coordinator. And Spagnuolo is the same exact way. He wasn't a great head coach, but he's a great defensive coordinator.
Just 2 openings left for head coaching jobs. The Raiders, as I mentioned, seems like there's momentum for Clint Kubiak. We'll see how it all plays out post Super Bowl, but that seems like where a lot of momentum is, perhaps for Tom Brady, Mark Davis, and that ownership group to pivot in that direction. They already have a GM in place in Spygate, so admittedly, I don't know what the relationship or any connection that might be there for somebody else, but we know you're going to have a brand new coaching staff, as you should, with the Raiders. And then the Cardinals, other than the Browns, I mean, the Cardinals were the worst opening. I think we would agree, given the draft situation. At least the Raiders have the number 1 overall pick. And if you believe in Mendoza, then that might be a really attractive job if you're Clint Kubiak. Whereas the Cardinals, are you stuck with Kyler Murray for another year, or can you pivot and get out of that deal? You have some talent in the wide receiver room. You've underachieved there. Is that a Chris Shula type of destination? We'll see how it plays out. But I guess we probably would have assumed the Cardinals would have been one of the last jobs filled. I guess I'm a little surprised about the Raiders, but I think that is likely because if Seattle would have been eliminated a week or 2 ago, then maybe they already have their coach.
See, and we talk at length about how it trickles from ownership down, and you have to look at a franchise's track record to kind of see where the handwriting on the wall is going to lead you in your career there. To me, I think the Cardinals, it would be a much more likely place to succeed. Obviously, you're playing in a very tough division, but you could say you're playing in an even tougher division with the Raiders. I think, but if it's a toss-up between the Cardinals and the Raiders, I'm taking the Cardinals job all day, every day, because just of ownership, the ability to succeed, and I mean,
really,
would you not like it? Do you think the Raiders is a better head coaching opening right now than the Cardinals?
Look, the Raiders have been inept, to say the least, right? It has been a very long time since they were truly relevant. My issue, right, I guess, so the Raiders, the argument for your point would be the division that the Raiders are in, that maybe you think that's easier, maybe you think it's tougher with Mahomes and Herbert and company. But the NFC West, man, Seattle is in the Super Bowl. The Niners, despite not winning past the Eagles in the playoffs, the Niners are the Niners. With Kyle Shanahan, they're in it every year. We know what Sean McVay and the Rams are. I think the Cardinals are in a brutal spot divisionally, and they might be in no man's land with their quarterback. At least with the Raiders, I've got Genty, I've got Bowers. Unless I trade Crosby, I've got him. And then if I'm a believer in Mendoza, I maybe have a rookie contract with the franchise quarterback.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can have a Ferrari, but if it doesn't have an engine, and the Raiders don't have an offensive line right now, like, I mean, you can do
For
all
sure.
you want with
got to improve that.
Mendoza, or I mean, with Genty and Bowers, but you can't do anything if Mendoza's back is on the ground. I don't think it's just the division is why I'm saying this. I think ownership plays a massive role in this, and the Raiders have not been able to. I mean, we're having this conversation about the Raiders every 2-3 years. I think that the Cardinals, at least, like they were runs when they were able to get it right at the quarterback position. That they made runs to the Super Bowl. Like that is a team that can find success. I mean, it's much harder. I mean, they're literally in the desert, like for both metaphorically and literally. But I think that I would much rather, if I'm a head coach and I'm like, oh man, and you get offered by both the Raiders and the Cardinals, I think I would take the Cardinals job just based off of how I think I would be able to find success or be more prone to than not. And you're right. They have, this is why they're the last two positions like open, because they have their flaws. The Cardinals are. They're a mess at what they're going to do offensively, and especially at the quarterback position, because Kyler Murray, I mean, I don't think there's anyone that believes in Kyler Murray anymore. Fernando Mendoza, I mean, like, you're taking a swing with a rookie quarterback with a terrible offensive line. I don't know. You're right. The pieces, there are more pieces there, but I think you're looking. If I'm looking long term, I just think the Cardinals is a much better job than the Raiders.
We'll see if this time next week, probably not, but this time next week, could they have those vacancies filled? I say probably not, because, again, I think both are waiting on post-Super Bowl and a couple coaching candidates, so we might have to wait another 2 weeks before we get might have to be the Monday after the Super Bowl before we find out where the Raiders and Cardinals are heading with their vacancy. We know the headline this week was all about Bill Belichick being a first-ballot snub, but there's another name that, based on reports, may not be getting in the Hall of Fame next week. We'll talk about him in the case, and if it's a strong one, for a certain quarterback right here on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
A lot of talk about the Pro Football Hall of Fame this week, centered around Bill Belichick and him being a first ballot Hall of Fame snub. The NFL honors are next week. That's when we'll find out officially who is headed to Canton, Ohio later on in the summer to be inducted. There's another name that has always been controversial around the Hall of Fame, and that is one Eli Manning. And there's a report out this week as well that he will not be getting in his second year of eligibility for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And he has always been a quarterback that people have debated. We know he's a two-time champ. He's a two-time Super Bowl MVP. And the question is he a Pro Football Hall of Famer? We know he's not a first ballot. Now we know he's not a second ballot Hall of Famer. I think he's going to get in. I don't know if it'll be in year 3. I don't know how close it has been in the voting process for him. But I don't know if you agree with me, Austin. But to me, should Eli Manning be in the Hall of Fame? Yes. Whenever that time comes, I don't know. But he should absolutely be in there. There's trends and there's numbers and there's history on his side. I mean, he is one of 13 quarterbacks in NFL history. That's it. Just one of 13 that have won multiple rings. And he is also one of just 6 players to win 2 Super Bowl MVPs. And of the 13 that I mentioned that won 2, 7 of them are already in the Hall of Fame. And the other couple are about to be. Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Ben Roethlisberger, and even Patrick Mahomes already has that same accomplishment. And those guys are all headed to the Hall of Fame at some point in time in their life. And so that's the strongest selling point for Eli Manning. And he also has some stats to go with it. I mean, we can go deeper into it if you want. He's 10th all-time in passing touchdowns, along with passing yards, over 57,000. I think there's still a very strong case. And Eli Manning, I don't have an issue with him not getting in this year, but he needs to be in the Hall of Fame at some point.
I could not disagree more. I'm doing the show this week from my hotel room in Manhattan, and which is fitting because I'm going to piss off a lot of New Yorkers. Eli Manning has no right to be in the Hall of Fame, and I'm going to tell you exactly why. Okay, I'll start by this. Eli Manning shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame for the same reason we don't look at Tone Loc as one of the all-time rappers. Okay, he had Funky Cold Medina and Wild Thing, and what else? Should Hayden Christensen be in the Hall of Fame for acting? I mean, yeah, he's great in Shattered Glass, and I guess you could say Star Wars Episode 3, but that was it. If we're talking greatest bands of all time, do you think Plain White T's or Tail Cruise or Owl City are some of the best that have ever been? No. And the Hall of Fame is for some of the best that has ever been. If we're going to base this off of his 2 Super Bowl runs, then why don't we put Robert Horry in the NBA Hall of Fame? Like, he should be considered the best of all time if that's the case. Eli Manning had 2 really great runs in January, okay? I'm not disputing that. He's a 2-time Super Bowl champion, yes. But everything else he did in his career was mediocre to bad. This is a guy whose career record is 500. He's 117 wins, 117 losses. In fact, he went 9-26 as a starter at the end of his career. This is that to me is not Hall of Fame numbers. He was rarely a top 5 quarterback during his entire playing career. In fact, in one of his Super Bowl seasons, 2007, he had 20 interceptions to 23 touchdowns. He had a 73.9 passer ratings in one of his 2 Super Bowl winning seasons. He got hot at the right time in both of those Super Bowl seasons, but to say that he is an all-time great, this guy he never even made it to an all-pro nod. He's not a single season with a passer rating over 100. His closest was in 2015 with a 93.6, but this is a guy, he has multiple seasons where he had a sub-60 passer rating. To me, that is not Hall of Fame. Hall of Good, Hall of Longevity maybe, but outside of those 2 Super Bowl runs that he had, and one of them you could argue wasn't even that good. It was a Giants team that had a losing record. So I don't think Eli Manning should even sniff the Hall of Fame. I don't think he should be allowed to buy tickets to go into the Hall of Fame. He is the most boring of the Manning brothers, should not be in the Hall of Fame whatsoever.
So, look, a couple things there. I think your strongest point is during his time playing, was he ever one of the number 1, number 2, number 3 quarterback at that time? And the answer is no. Yeah, he was never the top 3 quarterback consistently during his era or anything like that, which usually is something you want to look at. Were you viewed as the best at your position during your playing career? And he was not. He also was in a time where we know he was playing with Tom Brady and Peyton Manning were also around. Big Ben was also around, and some of these guys at the same time. So I think that's your strongest point. But since when for me, you'll have to forgive me. Save me the win-loss record stuff. To me, that I don't really give a damn about the QB win-loss. That is not a full-blown QB stat. If we're going to bring up wins and losses, I count what you did in the postseason more than that. I understand his last couple of years was a problem, but the 500 record overall, like that to me does not weigh as strongly as it might for you. That to me, there's so many factors that go into QB win-loss. That is not a QB only stat to me. I mean, by that metric, Alex Smith for a while had the best QB win-loss percentage in football. Nobody was acting like he was the best quarterback in football. Sorry, Alex Smith, for catching a stray, but to me, that's to me the argument against it.
Alex Smith just got Keon Coleman right there. I think we pick and choose when quarterback wins is a stat. We pick and choose when we want to say this goes towards a quarterback or this it shouldn't count for a quarterback. But but for those that are saying, oh, he should be in because he's won 2 Super Bowls, you're essentially saying the quarterback record does have something to do with him getting in, because you could say that them, especially the year they went 7-9, Eli Manning had very little to do with them winning that Super Bowl, or at least even making it to the playoffs to go to that Super Bowl. So that right there, and let's be honest, if David Tyree doesn't make that absolute insane catch, we're talking about a one-time Super Bowl winner right there in the likes of
that's not fair, right?
That's Joe Flacco's.
You're not wrong. We all know the David Tyree catch. It's an all-time moment, but you and we can play that game with so many moments in a lot of guys' career, right? If this is not,
sure.
That's not. I'm not taking away the ring because a player made an unbelievable play. There's so many elements to that. I think if it was just the 2 rings and Eli Manning wasn't 11th all time in passing yards, 11th all time in passing touchdowns, I think there's a stronger case. Like, you're describing him, I think, like he's Jim Plunkett, who has 2 rings and was non-existent in virtually every other category. And Jim Plunkett's not a Hall of Famer, and that makes sense. Eli Manning's career was better than Jim Plunkett. And so that's why I think the Super Bowls matter, because it's not just like he won 2 rings and he was 30th all-time in passing yards or 50th all-time in passing touchdowns. That's not where he finds himself. So again, he is one of 13 quarterbacks in NFL history to win 2, and he also at least is top 15, in this case, top 12 in a couple of those categories. It's compelling. By the way, let me ask you this real quick, though. You might disagree with it, but you do believe he will get in, though, right?
Yeah, probably. I'm not going to like it. Eli Manning is plain white tees, both in personality and in band. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, and Hey There, Delilah are the only thing.
Owl City, plain white tees. How many more bands you want to throw under the bus today, huh?
He is the plain white tees of football. Just outside of Hey There, Delilah, and 1, 2, 3, 4, he's got nothing to his name.
Oh my goodness. Up next, let's pivot to the NBA a little bit. The trade deadline is next week. Giannis Antetokounmpo is ready for a new home. Well, where could that be, and does it actually happen next week? That's coming up here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Moving right along here on a Saturday, it's BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. You can watch the show as well on YouTube, youtube.com/@BetMGM tonight. You can also be listening to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, Odyssey app, and of course on affiliates across the country as well. And over on Sirius XM channel 375, at Alex Gold on X, at Austin Huff on X as well. We appreciate the interaction. We will talk more about the Patriots as they get set for Super Bowl 60 next week. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we will head out to Foxborough and welcome in Nick Cattles. He's the host of the Locked On Patriots podcast, co-host of the Greg Bedard Patriots podcast as well. We'll ask him not only about the Belichick Hall of Fame snub, we'll find out, is there any worry here with the shoulder of Drake May? He popped up on the injury report. We'll get into all things Patriots in just a bit. But the NBA trade deadline is less than a week away. It's coming up next week, and we know the headliner, and really nothing can happen until we get some clarity on the Giannis Antetokounmpo situation. There was a report from ESPN during the week, I believe it would have been on Thursday, I guess, that he is, quote, ready for a new home. And I love in this entire thing, Giannis is never flat out just said, you know what, I want to be traded. It's always been like, I'm ready for a new home. I'm looking for maybe a new opportunity. Like, he wants to be traded. I think it's clear now's the right time. He's a free agent after the 2026-2027 season. And in that report from ESPN, it mentions that the Heat, the Timberwolves, the Knicks, and the Warriors are among the serious suitors for Giannis. Also, that he informed the Bucks for months that he believes the moment has come to part ways after 12-plus years together, making a trade increasingly possible. We know the Bucks currently 18-27, 12th in the Eastern Conference, and they got some decisions to make about their future. The question, I think, number one is, do you believe this gets done by the trade deadline? Is this happening? Is there enough noise now for you, Austin, to believe that we're at that point where Giannis is actually going to get traded before Thursday or on Thursday? We'll try to reconnect with Austin. Have some connection issues. He is on the road, actually, doing the show. He is in New York. Could New York, maybe Austin's recruiting for the Knicks right now. I don't know. The Knicks are a potential landing spot. I think it's interesting with the names that are on this list. Are these the only names? Usually, of course, when you have reporting like this, it suggests that there's certainly traction. Who can put together the best package is definitely part of the equation. What are the Bucks actually looking for that makes sense if they are trying to look toward the future a little bit here? Because I think, for me, if I look at who can elevate themselves now to become a real contender in the West, is Golden State with a combo of Curry and Giannis, is that good enough to win the West? Is that good enough to win? Is that truly the best combination to win the West, to win a title? Or is there a spot where Giannis goes where they actually elevate themselves even more? All right, we're still having some issues with Austin's connection over in New York, because I don't know if it's good enough over in the Western Conference for the Golden State Warriors in particular, if you get Giannis on your squad. Dan Fafale is going to join us coming up next hour to talk more about this as well. But you look at potential landing spots, and I think the Warriors naturally are going to come up in this conversation, and they're expected to maybe be the most aggressive suitor in this entire thing. So you have Giannis available. They seem at this point in time maybe a little even more desperate if you're the Bucks to pull off a trade. Maybe you don't have to be in a spot where in the past you looked at the picks, but maybe there's going to be future picks that they have not wanted to trade in the past that they are actually willing to trade now. They have 4 future first-round picks, do the Warriors, and they're a team that maybe has a chance if you want to pair them up with a 2-team trade. I think it was Brian Windhorst that said on Friday that the team with the best chance to land Antetokounmpo by the deadline is the Warriors, because they have the ability to get, a third team involved, or heck, even a fourth team involved. And that's why Golden State, he believes, is going to be most aggressive during this entire scenario, Austin. I think the 4 future picks that they have is the reason why the trade could happen. If you're the Bucks, you're clearly looking years down the road here. You're not really trying to find a piece even for 2 years from now.
I'm pretty sure that my audio connection was traded for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Just breaking news:
Yeah.
Giannis has been traded for my audio connection because I don't know what happened, but the joys of doing a radio show from a hotel room in New York City. This is, I guess, what is par for the course. But yeah. So wait, you're gonna have to fill me in because I literally missed the whole first part of this segment. Obviously, Giannis is on the block, and or at least he wants out of Milwaukee.
Yeah,
and a number of different scenarios to go to. Which team were you talking about that doesn't want to mortgage their future?
The Warriors. Well, the Warriors, I think, are in a position now. They got the picks. Maybe they were hesitant to do it based on some of the reporting from Brian Windhorst. Is that they're the team that has the ability to partner up and get a third team involved. And they've got 4 future picks to work with here.
Yeah, I think Golden State, they should be the leader in the clubhouse to land Giannis. One, because of their track record. Golden State has always been a very aggressive team, and I think they realized that the window of Steph Curry's time in Northern California has come into a close, and so you really kind of have to get into win now mode. And I think that's why they made the moves for Jimmy Butler, and that unfortunately hasn't worked out with his injury. And now you've got to me, I think it should be a no-brainer for Golden State. I don't think there's a single person on their roster not named Steph Curry who is better than Giannis. So like I think anyone you could move and to make it make sense. I like that. Obviously, as a Chicago guy, I am pulling for the Bulls to get him, but that's definitely not happening with a Jerry Reinsdorf-owned operation.
Yeah.
But you did see the reports where it got everyone in Chicago buzzing. He did just buy $21 million worth of real estate in Chicago. And now everyone's like, oh my gosh,
he did.
Does this mean he's coming to Chicago, or does this mean that it's just another real estate development problem by his company, which is named Ante, by the way, which I love. And he's already put down $69 million in property all across the United States. But this $21 million that he landed in Chicago, does that mean he's a future Bull?
Yeah, I love the reaction to that. I also think for the Warriors, if they're going to be the spot, they have to get it done by Thursday, because we were talking about the advantage that they have right now with the future picks and the ability. These other teams, if we wait till July and we're sitting here talking about Giannis not being moved, you all of a sudden have way more teams that are in play. You know what I mean? Way more teams all of a sudden are available and in play.
Yeah, but it's also, I don't know if they're going to be as aggressive out in the offseason as they are right now, because there's this push. Right now in the NBA, I think over the last 25 games, I think the best team in the NBA is 18-7, and the worst team in the NBA is 7-18. So there's only 10 games separating the best from the worst in the NBA, at least in this stretch of time. So to go from for the NBA right now, I think you've got a lot of teams in the hunt of hey, we have a real shot at winning this year, because Oklahoma City has kind of come back down to earth. And I mean, there's a team that I think some people have floated out as hey, if you really want to put Oklahoma City over the top, go out and get Giannis. To me, I if I'm Oklahoma City, I don't go after Giannis. In fact, if I'm any of these teams, I'm kind of skeptical of going out and getting Giannis, because it's rare that you see a big man in the NBA with a lot of mileage on him, like Giannis, who has that long-term, or I guess just longevity to them. It's like when the Celtics went out and got Kevin Garnett. It was great for a year, but after that, kind of fell apart. He kind of broke down, and that's what I'm always worried about. That you saw it in Shaq's career, the big man with a lot of mileage on it. I don't know if you want to mortgage your future. And a team like OKC, where you've got all of these picks and you've got a young core that has already proved they can win without Giannis, I don't know if you mortgage anything that you got going on right now just to bring him in the building. Don't get me wrong, he's great and he will make an instant impact. But if I'm a team like Golden State, where it's hey, I'm trying to win right now with this within this Steph Curry window, then I make the move. And because I think then you're playing for the right now rather than the longevity of what a Giannis could bring you.
The odds, by the way, these come from a book that, of course, people can take a look at. And the Bucks are still the favorite, right, to have them on the team post-trade deadline. Makes sense because they still got to come up with a trade. Plus 120. The Heat and Knicks are both 4-1. The Warriors are 6-1. Minnesota at 9-1. And then you go much further down the list, some long shot teams. The Hawks, 11-1. The Raptors, 11-1. I think the other part is we're talking about this from hey, who can put together the best package for the Bucks? That's for obvious reasons. But also, where do you think Giannis wants to go? We can go through the Warriors can offer the best package maybe right now with the picks that they have. Where do you think Giannis wants to go? Where do you think should be the spot that he wants to go? Is it the Warriors, or is it a place like New York with the Knicks, and you go from a place like Milwaukee and all of a sudden you're in New York and you're paired up with a Knicks team that has a lot of momentum right now, and maybe you can pressure the Bucks a little bit to where it's not the best deal, although the Bucks should be doing what is best for them, not necessarily what's best for Giannis. But do you think Giannis would prefer the Knicks over a place like Golden State?
Which place has the best Greek food? I think is question number one, right?
Yeah.
You got to factor that in. Like, who has the best?
I'm
pita
guessing
and
New
hummus?
York. I'm guessing New York.
Okay,
I'm gonna take a guess.
Yeah, probably. Honestly, but I think for Giannis, I think it is about winning, and I think that's why, because he does. Don't get it lost in the folds. Him wanting out of Milwaukee does not mean he does not love Milwaukee. He loves Milwaukee. He's loved playing for Milwaukee. He's been very open about that, but he also wants to win, and he was promised that from Milwaukee, that they would build around him, and they've failed to do that. They have a very, very bad roster. They have completely fumbled the bag when it comes to Giannis. I think he just wants to win, so I think he's going to strictly look at this as where's the best possible place that I can go to win. Now, but does he have – I mean, I'm sure Milwaukee will probably grant that to him, but I don't know if he has a lot of say, because if Milwaukee gets a better offer from Golden State, but Giannis wants to go to New York, they're going to ship him to Golden State, right? I mean, like, Milwaukee has the final say in all of this. So, but I could see them doing right by him, as they are doing right by him right now, by saying, yeah, he's available. We're open to offers, because he very clearly wants out and he wants to win.
Yeah, the reports out there from ESPN and others that the Bucks are asking for the moon, and that's exactly what they should be asking for when you have a town. This is your one shot at completely resetting and positioning yourself for the future. You only get one opportunity to move on from a superstar like this. He did bring you a ring, so I don't think anybody's faulting. It is time for everybody to move on. I'm just fascinated to see if we actually get this trade down on Thursday, because if you guarantee me it's happening Thursday, then I think it's the Warriors. If we have to wait till the summer, then it's wide open, and I honestly don't know where Giannis ultimately ends up. We will have an NBA guest joining us coming up next hour, Dan Favale. We'll find out where he's at on this, NBA writer for Bleacher Report. We not only will talk about Giannis, we'll also discuss what's going on with the Pistons, who are first place in the Eastern Conference, and what Cade Cunningham continues to do. The Pistons were in action last night as well. So it's going to be a fascinating next 5 days or so with this trade deadline, and seeing how that shifts the thinking in the Western Conference and the Eastern Conference. Because, look, nobody else is moving until we get some clarity on Giannis. Like, John Morant, I think he could get moved, but until we know where and the availability of Giannis, nobody's making a trade for John Morant. This is holding up everything.
Yeah, right. It's just the way Giannis blocks out the sun for most of us. He's also blocking up the NBA trend like a pipeline. And I think rightfully so. I mean, you do really have to see where he goes to see what else you're doing. And if you are Golden State and you miss out on Giannis, do you then pivot? I mean, I kind of feel like you have to. Like, I feel like if it's not Giannis, you gotta. I mean, I don't know if a John Morant would work in Golden State, but you got to go after something. You have to get better at this deadline, because you don't know how much longer you have. You have to squeeze as much juice out of this Steph Curry lemon as you can. And I guess we'll see. Only time will tell. This week's going to be very interesting. I love the NBA trade deadline at least has been better over the last few years than the NFL trade deadline, and the NFL trade deadline has gotten better, but I'm more excited. In fact, if I'm quick power ranking of the trade deadlines, I'm going to say NFL 3, I'm going to say NBA 2, MLB number 1, without question, right? Am I wrong in that?
Well, NFL's dead last for sure. We get all this hype about trade deadline, and nothing usually happens. Although Rashid Shaheed turned out to be a pretty damn good trade for the Seattle Seahawks, I would say. But it's not the drama filled that we normally get. The NBA's won. NBA's won. Big trades actually happen. I know Major League Baseball, we discuss it and everybody feels in it, but I actually think NBA trade deadline has way more drama associated with it. And here we are. We're talking about, like, in Major League Baseball, there's big names that get traded, but at the deadline, like Giannis, who, I mean, we're talking about one of the biggest faces of the league getting traded here in the next 5 days, possibly, and everything around that can truly change an entire postseason race. I think, knowing the roster size, it's different. Like, it's one thing you can trade for Skubal at the deadline if you're the Mets in June or in July or August. But as big as that is that like changing the entire playoff picture as much as Giannis going to the Warriors would? I don't think so.
I see. That's why I like baseball, is because I feel like it does. I think it has more of an impact on postseason. When you've seen like guys like in the past, like Max Scherzer usually gets moved at the deadline somewhere.
Sure.
I feel like those are altering. Like, do you remember when Manny Ramirez was traded to the Dodgers during the deadline years ago? He completely altered. The Dodgers went on like a 30-2 run after that or something, and he got them not only in the playoffs but all the way to the NLCS that year, and they just ran into that nasty Philadelphia Phillies team. But I don't know. I feel like it's more, you get more pieces moving. Jeff Passan's working harder at the deadline than Shams Chamara is in basketball. So.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I enjoy MLB because I got a dog in the fight. I don't have an NBA team I cover or I root for, so I don't care as much about the NBA trade deadline, but I think it's far more interesting, if that makes sense, when we get to it. So we'll find out next Saturday. I know we'll be talking all things what happened in the fallout of that. Up next, though, let's get back to the NFL. Super Bowl 60 a week from tomorrow. Patriots got an injury or two to discuss, plus the Bill Belichick drama. Nick Cattles, host of the Locked On Patriots podcast, will join us next year on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day nationwide on Westwood One Sports. biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Again, we're going to, have to play better offensively. We'll have to continue to do what we've done defensively, try to take care of the football, which we did. We talked about going into Denver. Those teams that have won the last 3 years, or last 2 years that joined the Mile High Club, they didn't turn the ball over. We were the fourth one to go in there and win and not turn the ball over.
Mike Vrabel on WEEI Boston. How about that, Austin? He's talking about the Mile High Club. I don't know if he intentionally did that or not, but that was Mike Vrabel discussing that here on BetMGM Game Day. Let's head out to Boston to talk more about the Patriots, though, as they get set for Super Bowl 60 a week from tomorrow. Nick Cattles, he's the host of the Locked On Patriots podcast, co-host of the Greg Bedard podcast with Nick Cattles at Nick C Radio over on X. Nick, let me just get it out of the way. Drake May, shoulder injury. Big deal, not a big deal. Where are we at here?
Yeah, from what we know, not a big deal, fellas. From what we hear, look, the hit that was all over Twitter, X last week, and everybody talking about the shoulder injury. I think there's something there with the shoulder. Obviously, he's dinged up. I don't think it's too significant from what everybody is saying and from what I've heard. If you go back to that game against Denver in the AFC Championship game, he throws his best pass of the day to Matt Collins on a flea flicker after that hit. He calls his own number for the final significant play of the game where he runs it himself. I don't think he's calling his own number if he has a major injury. So is it banged up? Yes. Is there something going on? Yes. Is there something significant to impact the game? Not from what we know right now.
How would you assess Drake May's, performance in the postseason? We know in the regular season, this guy still might end up winning MVP, but we know the offense just hasn't been there the same way it was. What do you think it has been for him in the postseason compared to what we saw all year?
Yeah, he hasn't been good. He hasn't been good. Against the Chargers, he was okay. I thought he had his moments. Even against the Texans, he had some throws. He had the touchdown throw to Stephon Diggs, which was a really, really nice throw. He had the touchdown to Kayshon Boutte, the bucket ball, which was a really nice throw. But last week he struggled. There's no other way to look at it. His mechanics weren't great. His feet weren't great in the pocket. He bailed from the pocket early. I think he was very cognizant of the rush he's been facing the last couple of weeks in the playoffs. You could see that in his play. He was a little bit cautious, a little bit hesitant to pull the trigger. He missed a whole shot to Pop Douglas during the game that he usually hits because, his feet were all over the place. So I just think it was a combination of things. I think, he's thinking a lot, believing that the rush is there when sometimes it's not there because Will Campbell had a very difficult game against the Chargers and Texans. He was better against the Broncos. I think that's part of it. I think the coaches are pounding it into his head to take care of the football because he had 6 fumbles the first 2 playoff games. So I think that got into his head a little bit. But, I don't think they have much of a chance against Seattle unless he gets back to who he has been and shows that confidence and really starts to rip the football on Super Bowl Sunday, guys.
Nick, obviously, Mike Vrabel, the newest member of the New England Patriots, but I'd like to take this to another member. My co-host Alex brought up a great point earlier in our show about a very predominant promise that Mike Vrabel once made on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast about what he would do for a Super Bowl win. Do you have it on any authority if he will hold true to that promise that he made one day on that bus if they do indeed win a Super Bowl?
He has been asked about that this week, and his comment was that maybe you could take half. You guys can take that the way you want to take that. But that was you could take a lot. You could take a lot from that comment, but that's what he said. So maybe not the whole, but the half, fellas. Maybe he'd be willing to give up the half.
I don't even know what that looks like. Like, how does that even work? I mean, like, I almost feel like it'd be worse off if you go half there, right?
It would feel that way, right? It would certainly change the math. It would be quite the sight, fellas. It'd be quite the sight.
Yeah, it's like cutting off a water hose. You'll be spraying everywhere.
Nick Cattles joining us here on Locked On Patriots. He's the Locked On Patriots podcast. He's joining us here on Westwood One Sports, also the co-host of the Greg Bedard Patriots podcast with Nick Cattles. A lot has been made about the run to the Super Bowl here for New England, whether it was the regular season schedule, whether it was the quarterbacks they have faced. But I think not enough has been made about the defenses New England has been going up against, right? Whether it's the Chargers, a top 5 defense. We know about the Texans' number 1 defense. We know about the Broncos. Is that – I asked you about Drake May's performance, but how much has that led to how the Patriots have had to win these games? And do you think going up against Seattle here next week, it's kind of the same sort of formula with the Patriots and their defense?
Yeah, I mean, look, when you look at this run, I think the most surprising thing is the way that the Patriots have won these games. I would tell you that, during the regular season, their defense was mid. And you can look at some of the analytics that tell you that the defense was, really good in some spots. And they didn't give up more than 20 points often this year and all that kind of stuff. But their red zone defense was atrocious. Their run defense fell off a cliff over the final month and a half. But some of that had to do with Milton Williams not being out there and Robert Spillane not being out there. When they got Williams and Spillane back, fellas, it changed their defense because they can now stop the run and they can make teams one-dimensional. The other thing that they decided to do post-bye week was get more aggressive with their defensive play calls. Zach Core is kind of the unsung hero to this postseason. He's a guy that, a linebackers coach was not a lot expected from him. Terrell Williams ends up with prostate cancer. He was initially going to be the defensive play caller in the DC. We can now say, thankfully, the Boston Herald reported last night that Terrell Williams is now cancer-free. But, he got
great.
prostate cancer, and Zach Core was thrown into the deep end of the pool. All of a sudden, he was the defensive play caller. He's been tremendous during this postseason. They got more aggressive. Vrabel and Core decided, we're going to blitz a heck of a lot more. We're going to send 5 guys, 6 guys, sometimes 7 guys go cover 0. So, their defense has certainly led them to this point, and I do think when you look forward to this Super Bowl, I'm not confident that this offense is going to put a lot of points up on the board. So it's going to be about their ability to, confuse Sam Darnold, stop Kenneth Walker on the ground, make them one-dimensional like they have, to L.A. and Houston and Denver, and, maybe try to create a couple of turnovers. And that's really, I think, the path to victory for them is they've got to play really good defense. They've got to create some hysteria in Sam Darnold's head. They've got to cause him to turn the football over, which he's done a bunch this year. And, now we're talking about a game that you could actually win.
The New England's been on cloud 9 ever since, taking over beating the Broncos in the AFC Championship game. But then kind of a dark cloud hovered over New England this past week with the Hall of Fame voting, or at least the leak about the Hall of Fame voting and the fact that Bill Belichick will not be getting in on the first ballot. I'm sure New England handled that, in stride, right? Like there was people were very level-headed about it, and it went okay up there with that news. Yeah. What is
cool collected?
Yeah, right. My question is I guess what went wrong here? Is it just a matter of to your belief, is it just a matter of people just don't like Bill Belichick? Do you think the Spygate or anything like that had that much of a weight on him? Because when he left the Patriots, it was all talk about this is one of the greatest coaches of all time, and no one was really talking about Spygate. But now all of a sudden, I don't know. I just where's the disconnect there, I guess?
Yeah, look, I think it's a sham. I think the whole process was exposed. I think some of the voters were exposed. You read some of the stuff, and look, I honestly feel like the people that are talking about why they did what they did as far as their vote goes and, I wanted to vote for the senior players because they might not have a chance next season. And I don't buy it. To me, it's very simple math. You go into that room and you have, to me, one priority. The priority is to make sure that Bill Belichick is a first ballot Hall of Famer. You walk into that room and you say, he's the greatest coach of all time. He's won 6 Super Bowls as a head coach. He's won 2 as a defensive coordinator. His defensive game plan from the Giants is actually in the Hall of Fame. It just should be easy. It should be, okay, well, I have 3 people I can vote for. one of those votes is going to Bill Belichick. And it just feels like excuse making. It feels like tap dancing. It feels like some people overthought the process when you should have just walked into the room and said, yeah, it would be idiotic if we don't vote in the greatest coach of all time. As far as the Spygate stuff, I'm not buying it. Like, are you going to tell me that Tom Brady is not going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer because of Deflategate? Like, I'm not buying it. He's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Spygate happened in 2007, around, even before then there was talks about, the Ram stuff and everything. I mean, this is like a 20-year-old story. And frankly, the Patriots won multiple Super Bowls after Spygate. They won Super Bowls after Deflategate. Deflategate, I don't think, is on Bill Belichick's resume. I think Deflategate, if you're going to make anything of it, is on Tom Brady's resume. So I'm really not buying any of it. I thought it was ridiculous. I think the whole process is, as I said, a sham, and I think it's been exposed. And hopefully it brings change to how they approach next year's vote, and hopefully they fix or tweak some things, because it's just silly. And some people will say, well, next year. Look, I don't wish ill will on anybody, but God forbid, fellas, if something happens to Bill Belichick over the next 365 days, and you're going to tell me that, if something happened, God forbid, that he would not have his day in Canton as the greatest coach of all time because of whether it's pettiness or overthinking, trying to play chess when you just walk into the room and play some checkers. So, it doesn't make sense to me. I don't think it makes sense to most people out there. And, I guess the silver lining is, we've exposed what's going on there. And I think people have shown their respect and appreciation for what he's accomplished more because he didn't get voted in than they would have if he got voted in. It might have just been like, he's in, of course he's in. So maybe this is better for him because it reminds everybody of his impact on the game.
Yeah, I think in some ways, Nick, he's become a bit of a martyr or more likable during this, because now people do feel bad and think it's ridiculous that he didn't. I know everybody's opinion of whatever's going on in North Carolina or girlfriend, all that shouldn't matter for the Hall of Fame, obviously, but the public perception is at least for some maybe thinking of that right now. Do you think that this actually, him getting snubbed, is actually going to help his overall public perception for the rest of his life now?
I mean, I think it could. Look, we know, fellas, now, and it's 2026. When people form their opinion, that it's pretty tough to get them to move off the opinion, right? Whatever we're talking about. Sure. So yeah. I don't know how much people are going to say, oh, well, I think the Jordan, I think that's how you pronounce it, Jordan. I don't want to disrespect her. She might DM me. So, I think the Jordan stuff is still going to be looked at, a certain way, and people are going to have questions. And if he fails at UNC again in 2026, I think people will say, well, he lost his fastball like a lot of great coaches do when they hit their 70s. We saw, Pete Carroll was an absolute disaster in Vegas this year. So I don't know how much it will change the dynamics as far as how people feel about him. But I do think, look, you don't have to like somebody. You don't have to love somebody, but you should appreciate and respect what was done by him. And I think that might gain a different level of appreciation because, we got to remember, we're not only talking about him as a coach. He had the final say with personnel too. I mean, this is a guy who, and it fell off a cliff and it was bad the last few years. There's no doubt about that. He was not as good in game as a coach. He, messed up the draft multiple times, just absolutely brutal team building, especially on the offensive side. The coaching staff was a mess. So there's no doubt that the end of his tenure in New England was messy. But you look back and, I mean, he had two different dynasties, frankly. You win 3 Super Bowls with 2 completely different teams, and he built those teams. So I do think that the appreciation, the respect might go up. But as far as the off-field stuff and all that, if he's doing yoga on the beach with Jordan, I think it's still going to be talked about.
We got about 30 seconds or so remaining, but one final question for you, Nick, is if the Belichick 11 that did not vote for him, if their names get leaked to the public, should they be more worried about the wrath from Patriots fans or from Jordan?
Jordan, 100%. I mean, you see what she's capable of. She's scary, fellas.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mess around.
Nick Cattles from Locked On Patriots podcast. Of course, also the co-host of the Greg Bedard Patriots podcast with Nick Cattles. Thanks so much, man. Enjoy Santa Clara next week.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Talk to you.
Absolutely. Good
Thank
stuff
you, Nick.
there from Nick, not only Bill Belichick and the Hall of Fame snub, not being a first ballot Hall of Famer, but of course, some of the storylines heading into next week. You know, Drake May does have a shoulder injury. Nobody's saying he's not going to play, but it's something to watch. And he just, as he put it pretty simply, he hasn't played well. He hasn't been good in the postseason. So we'll see what next week brings as well. Appreciate Nick's time here on Westwood One Sports. Up next, we got a big-time showdown in college hoops. Later on this afternoon, 2 top 25 teams, 2 of the top players in the country, 2 players that could be number 1 and number 2 in the NBA draft. Let's discuss KU and BYU and Peterson and Dabonsa next.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff back here on BetMGM Game Day. In about 15 minutes, we'll get back to the Super Bowl. Talk a little bit more about some of the headlines going into next week. Radio Row out in San Francisco, Santa Clara area, I should say. The Patriots 4.5-point underdogs against the Seattle Seahawks. So we'll get back to the NFL in just a bit. But, man, it is game day for some big-time college hoops. And the matchup of the day centers around the Kansas Jayhawks and the BYU Cougars. Number 13, BYU, taking on number 4, Kansas. And we've seen a little line movement here. BYU was a 4.5-point underdog to open up. And over at BetMGM, we've seen some movement in the last, we'll call it 12 hours or so, maybe less than that, honestly. Now the Jayhawks are a 3.5-point favorite. We're a day away from getting to the month of February, which means we're closer to March Madness. But this is a unique spot for college basketball. I think this is a great day for college hoops because the fact that we get two of the best players in the country, two of the best freshmen in the country, two guys that are going to go 1-2 most likely in the NBA draft. We just don't know if it's going to be Darren Peterson 1 or it's going to be AJ Debonsa 1. We just don't know, and I think this game is what we get with NIL. As much as there's plenty of downsides with the NIL that exists in college hoops, you get someone like AJ going to BYU would never have happened without the NIL era. Look, Kansas has had top recruits before, so maybe Darren Peterson's would have come to Kansas before. But still, to be in this spot, two of the better teams in the Big 12, the best conference in college basketball here in 2026, taking that throne away from the SEC from a year ago. This is going to be awesome. College Game Day. I'm biased, but I think it's the best college basketball venue in America, and it all comes together for this game. So 3:30 Central, 4:30 Eastern time tip-off. This is one of those rare times, man, where we get a sequence like this, top players playing each other.
I'm going to have to take your word for it as to whether or not it's the best venue in college basketball because I will never step foot in that place. I have vowed my entire life, and I'm going to hold true
you've
to
got
that.
You've got Page Arena in Columbia. You know,
Page Arena. What a pull! It's so funny how much to me the Mizzou-Kansas rivalry is one of the most slept-on rivalries in the entire country, and it's mainly because neither of us can get on the same page on sports. Like, if one's good at football, the other one's bad. If one's good at basketball, which Kansas usually is, Mizzou's usually pretty bad at basketball. It's like, if we could just get on the same level in the same sport, people would, I think, get their eyes woken up to it. But it's a big one today. The 1,000th game at Allen Fieldhouse, 1,000 games, it feels like just yesterday. It was, we were at 900 and now here we are. And Bill Self has coached in over like 360 of those. So Bill Self has had, his fair share of games at Allen Fieldhouse. Again, just strictly talking men's college basketball games there, but what a day in Lawrence, man. This is like really shaping up to be one of the games of the and this has been a game that has been circled on the calendar for so long, just mainly because of the matchup that we're getting. But I mean, where are your vibes at as a KU guy? Are you confident? Are you a little nervous? Because really the loser of this has no shot of winning the Big 12 title. I mean, it's an uphill battle to begin with, but if you lose this, you're essentially eliminated.
Yeah, it's got major Big 12 ramifications. There's no doubt about that. I mean, you got a 2-loss team on both ends in conference play. You get to 3, knowing how great Arizona is. You got Houston in the mix here. These two teams, it does feel like, even though it's early, that it puts you in a really bad spot from a Big 12 title race perspective. I can speak to Kansas' schedule moving forward. They still have Arizona in February. I believe that is Arizona twice or Houston twice. I might have them flipped coming up in the month. The stretch of games is pretty brutal for them. Texas Tech is on the horizon still, another team that's really quality to say the least in the Big 12. So it is significant in that regard. I'm not confident on the spread. I mean, that's where I'm at. I'm confident that Kansas in this spot, in that building, these are spots they typically win basketball games in. There is something magical about that venue. I think both of these players are going to put on a show, and it will live up to the hype. I really believe that. 3.5 over at BetMGM. I thought this was going to be a 1.5. So for me, I had a vibe of KU minus 1.5, and now seeing it at 3.5, it was 4.5. I thought 4.5, I would have taken BYU. Now it's starting to come back down, so maybe we wait even more closer to tip-off. Do we get any more movement down to a half point or down a half point to 3? That could be a possibility. But, look, I think if we view who has had the better season, there's no doubt it has been DeBansa. He's played more, right? He hasn't missed games. Darren Peterson, the big story with him has been these cramps and the hamstring injury, and he's taken a lot of heat nationally and locally because is he fighting through the injury or not? Is this load management, and how do you play it out? And now you're talking about a guy making big-time money, and so there's big-time expectations. But when he's been on the floor, he's been sensational. Prior to this last game against Kansas State, he did not play. He rolled his ankle pretty severely in their big win a week or so ago. He was starting to play 32 minutes a game. And so I don't think there'll be any limitation for him this afternoon. So that has hurt his case for being like, he's not going to win the Naismith Award this year, that's not going to happen for him, or the Wooden Award, I should say. That's not going to happen. But you take a look at pro outlook. I do think Darren Peterson will end up being the number 1 overall pick because he's already naturally a better shooter. The numbers are backing it up. You might look at mechanics for DeBansa and say, oh, we can work with him. I already know the numbers for Darren Peterson from the field. He's shooting 42% from 3, whereas AJ's only shooting 31% from 3.
How's this for a player pro comp for Darren Peterson? And I'm legitimately asking you because I want you. You're obviously very closer to him. You've watched probably every dribble that he's had in a KU uniform. It's not even a pro comp or a basketball comp. Darren Peterson to me is a Jaden Daniels because when he is healthy, he's explosive, he's exciting, he's fun to watch. But the health is a big concern because correct me if I'm wrong. He's dealt with issues even before he arrived on campus in Lawrence. So does his explosiveness and his exciting play outweigh his lack of availability?
So the availability has been a question all year. I'll say this. I think it has no impact on the NBA level, though, because we're talking about cramps. We're talking about a hamstring injury. We're not talking about an ACL he's coming back from or an Achilles rupture or shoulder, serious shoulder or, the dreaded back injuries that you hear. That's the kind of stuff that you really start to freak out. He's dealing with cramps and hamstring, and I do think, a little bit of the fact that we all know what he has on the line financially at the next level. He's been, and his team has been very cautious with how they have proceeded. So I actually don't think this injury stuff is going to have any bearing at the NBA level. I think the frustration has been what it's meant for the Kansas team this year. And, for them to be a national title contender, he's got to be on the floor. There were times where they were playing better without him, though. Guys like Melvin Council Jr., not household names by any means, have really stepped up and been sensational. Now they're starting to get grouped together, and that's why they're playing some really good basketball, and they're going to have their work cut out for them against a BYU team that nearly came back and beat Arizona earlier in the week, the number 1 team in the country. In fact, they were down double digits, and they had the ball, final possession, near the bucket, and it was a big-time block by Arizona. There's a really strong case that BYU probably should have come back and won that game the way they were performing. Yeah, no, it's exciting. I'll say this, like during football season, maybe it's the fact that there are no NFL games on to be this hype for a regular season matchup. This is one of the better ones I think we'll get all season, and it just plays out perfectly. 1,000th game at Allen Fieldhouse. And, game day is there right now. And I don't know. It's going to be exciting. A 4:30 Eastern tip-off? That's right. Yeah, 4:30 tip-off from Allen Fieldhouse. Up next, we'll get into some breaking news in the NBA involving a player who's going to be missing, looks like 25 games after a league suspension. We'll get into that. Also back into Super Bowl 60 with the Patriots and the Seahawks right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Back here on BetMGM Game Day, Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you in 20 minutes. We'll talk some NBA with Dan Favale, NBA writer for Bleacher Report. We'll certainly get into the trade deadline, which is next week. Will Giannis get traded? Where could he end up? We'll also get his reaction to some news just coming out from ESPN in the last 5 to 10 minutes or so that Paul George of the 76ers has been suspended for 25 games for violating the league's anti-drug policy. He did put out a statement to ESPN, quote, "Over the past few years, I've discussed the importance of mental health, and in the course of recently seeking treatment for an issue of my own, I made the mistake of taking an improper medication. I take full responsibility for my actions and apologize to the Sixers organization, my teammates, and the Philly fans for my poor decision making during this process. I am focused on using this time to make sure that my mind and body are in the best condition to help the team when I return." So Paul George, part of the NBA anti-drug policy, out for 25 games, referencing some mental health issues. And so we'll see how that plays out moving forward for him and for the Philadelphia 76ers. So add that to some of the NBA storylines that are going on here heading into the weekend, with now Paul George being part of that as well. We'll get to, as I said, NBA in about 20 minutes or so. Don't forget, over at BetMGM, look, golf is in full swing right now. You've got the Farmers Open going on, and you take a look at the leaderboard. It is Justin Rose with a 4-stroke lead at 17 under. Currently 13. Seamus Powers is 4 strokes off the lead. And over at BetMGM, players can receive a golf odds boost token. Use the token. You add any golf wager to your bet slip, then you activate the token. And if you win your bet that was made with the odds boost token, you'll win and receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars over at BetMGM. So Farmers Open in full swing. Before you know it, man, I've already seen a lot of the Masters promos and everything. We'll be getting to April. We'll be getting a little Masters action coming up. We'll see how that plays out, especially with a lot of the golf news where some of these live guys are starting to slowly kind of crawl back to the PGA Tour, maybe with their tail tucked between their leg a little bit too.
Yeah, the grass is not always greener on the other course, right?
It turns out, not necessarily. Although if you're Dustin Johnson, I think he'll be sticking with the Live Tour by all accounts. Even though we had the news this week that Patrick Reed is headed back to the PGA Tour as a non-member or whatever the program that they set up to welcome some of those guys back. So we'll keep an eye on that. Certainly, as we get closer to the Masters, we'll talk more golf on this show. I do want to talk about the Super Bowl, though. Super Bowl 60 set for next Sunday out in Santa Clara, California. Radio Row will be going on Monday, and we'll certainly get plenty of fodder out of media night from some of the players, and we'll check in on the health status of Drake May and Sam Darnold as we get into next week as well. Current line over at BetMGM, the Seahawks minus 4.5 in the big game with the total at 45.5. We already addressed a little bit about the coaching where Mike Vrabel and Mike McDonald stack up, but do you think right now Sam Darnold in a 3-touchdown, no interception performance, 346 yards, has he done enough for you not to be concerned about what he might do in this game? Has he already reached that level now with his postseason performance where you're like, all right, it's not going to be him that costs the game, or are you still very skeptical whether or not we're going to be sitting there and a egg laid is possible?
Yeah. Look, it's to quote the former President George W. Bush, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, you can't get fooled again, right? That's the way I feel about Sam Darnold. The guy is, I'm done downing him. I'm done thinking, oh well, this is the test. Even if he goes out and he literally just craps the bed on Super Bowl Sunday, he's still done enough for me this season to be like, okay, Sam Darnold is a very good quarterback. He was given a raw deal at the start of his career. He started to show flashes in Minnesota, and then now he's really shining in Seattle. And he's gone from just being the reason they don't lose the game to now being the reason why they win games. And what he did in the NFC Championship, if that was any other player, like a Matthew Stafford or an Aaron Rodgers or like more of a household name, a Patrick Mahomes, we would be crowning this guy as one of the best quarterbacks in the sport. But for whatever reason, because it's Sam Darnold, people struggle with the idea that Sam Darnold is good. And I don't know what more he has to do to prove it to us. I've made the Adam Sandler comp. Adam Sandler has shown us that he is a very good actor. And for the same reason, we have to believe that Sam Darnold has shown us that he's a very good quarterback.
To your point, though, about people not fully believing still, or if they are, they're like half foot is in and they're ready to like step out of the doorway. I think we know the reaction if in fact he does lay an egg in the Super Bowl. I mean, it's just the reality. Like right now, everybody is starting to say, you know what? Hey man, this is a great redemption arc. And by the way, no matter what happens in the Super Bowl, it's already been a great redemption story for Sam Darnold. But you know how we are as sports fans. If he goes and throws 2 picks, or one is a, if it's the Malcolm Butler play again where they don't hand the ball off and Darnold throws a pick the other way to end the game or something, there will be people immediately that are ready to say, see, man, that guy that was seeing ghosts, it's the same Sam Darnold. Now, I don't think that's fair, but I think people will absolutely be waiting to do that. That's just unfortunately the reality of how people get built up and also torn right back down.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. In fact, we have a case study for that. His name is Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts has been to 2 Super Bowls and won one of them and shined very well in one of them. Well, really played well in both of them.
Yeah.
Really, aside from like one mistake that had Nick Bolton taking it back to the house. He played very well, and yet he comes out this year and he didn't have a great season. And you've got granted it is Philadelphia, so you have to kind of take it with a grain of salt, but you've got people ready to run him out of town in Philadelphia. And you're right. Like if Sam Darnold does go out and crap the bed, he probably will get the same treatment because we are so, as sports fans and really a lot of people in the media in sports, they come up with a take on a guy. And they are very reluctant to move away from that take. And so when Sam Darnold came out as a number 1 draft pick and wasn't good out the gate, we're like, well, he's not good. And you sit with that and you let that take marinate for a long time, even when he starts to get good. It's why I comp him to Adam Sandler. We still think of the terrible movies that he has made in his career. And yet when he does like, okay, I'm going to try some serious acting now, we have a hard time taking him seriously. Obviously, he hasn't been nominated. He should have been nominated for Uncut Gems. And I think he very well could have been nominated for Best Supporting Actor for Jake Kelly this past year, but he was not. And Sam Darnold is very similar in that sense to me.
And Darnold will continue to be a huge discussion heading into the Super Bowl, understandably so. His story is terrific. The player, though, and we can probably get into some of his player props next week as we get to some of our best bets for the big game next Saturday. But I hope this week allows people to appreciate what Jackson Smith-Njigba did this season as well. Like, I know now JSN is, I think, fair to say a household name, but I still think in the quarterback or the wide receiver hierarchy, we talk about Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson and those top receivers. JSN was the best receiver in football this year. And I don't think people appreciate enough what he's done for Seattle and where he's elevated his game coming out of Ohio State. Certainly I think it was picked 20th overall. So this was a first-round draft pick, I understand, and it wasn't like he had a bad rookie season. But I hope people recognize how impressive he has been throughout this entire season and elevated his game to put himself in that conversation as the best receiver in football.
Speaking of Seattle Seahawks wide receivers, can we bring up Tyler Lockett? And I know he's obviously not still with the Seahawks, but has anyone had worse luck in their career than Tyler Lockett? And I say that because Tyler Lockett joined the Seahawks the year after their Super Bowl win. And he put in a number of years, multiple 1,000-yard seasons for the Seahawks. Very consistent player, very great wide receiver for the Seahawks. then this year, when the Seahawks go to the Super Bowl again, he plays for both Tennessee and Las Vegas, literally the two worst teams in football in the year that the Seahawks go back to the Super Bowl. I don't think there's a football player who has had a more unlucky career than Tyler Lockett.
Timing stinks. I'll give you that. I mean, he's had a hell of a career,
Yeah.
and for the most part, he had a pretty healthy career. But yeah, in terms of just being in the wrong place at the wrong time, kind of set up for that. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Now for Seattle, given where Tyler Lockett was trending, it was certainly the right move to move on from him. And they brought in Cooper Kupp, and they have JSN, and it's worked out very, very well for them, obviously. But yeah, that's tough. And Tyler Lockett, really good dude. I've played at K-State. Covered him briefly when I was working at a different station as well. So the Lockett family, super first class individual. But yeah, that's some bad luck. You're right. That's some bad luck. I was just saying that I think JSN should get some more love this week from national media to recognize what he is as a talent. Like Jamar, I'm not telling you I would take him necessarily over Justin Jefferson. I still would rather have Justin Jefferson. But man, JSN should absolutely be in that conversation moving forward for years to come.
No, he's good. And, like every Batman needs his Robin. And I don't know in the Sam Darnold, JSN duo who's Batman and who's Robin. It may very well just be two Batmans. But they you can't have, a really good quarterback without a very strong number one. And vice versa, you can't be a really strong number one without a really great quarterback. And so I think it's you make a great point. JSN is kind of like, this has been his coming out season of like, hey, I'm an elite wide receiver in this sport and I should be taken as such.
So Jackson Smith and Jigba and the Seahawks 4.5-point favorites. Does that line seem right? Because I feel like just you go and poll your buddies around the bar and your group chat, everybody seems like, oh yeah, look at what happened in the AFC title game. Drake May and that offense. Seattle's going to win this one easily. We've all watched sports enough. It's never that simple, is it? Like when you see 4.5, is that right? Or does that seem like it's too many points for you right now, knowing that I don't think these teams are as far apart as their play may have shown in the NFC title game, AFC title game, where, yeah, it was Stafford and Darnold, and that was the sexier game. I felt like that was the Super Bowl. I thought those were the two best teams in football. At the same time, give Mike Vrabel 2 weeks basically to get ready for this game. I think this is going to be very competitive. And in the NFL and in Super Bowls, I'm getting 4.5 points. That's really tempting to take on the Patriots side.
Yeah, I will say historically, Vrabel isn't as great with more rest as some coaches. Like I believe Andy Reid is like, he's insane numbers when he's coming off of a bye, right? And but Vrabel is like kind of like the exact opposite. However, it's like we keep doing this. To your question, do I think the line is too high? Yeah, I do think the line is too high because whatever it is about this New England team, they just continue to win. And you could be like, well, easy schedule. Yeah, okay, sure. They have had an easy schedule, but they've won 14 games in that easy schedule. That's really hard to do in the NFL. I don't care if you have the easiest schedule in football. It's why there's only been one undefeated team in the history of the sport. So they've accomplished that. And then come the playoffs, right? And we're saying, this Patriots team has to go up against that daunting Seahawks defense. Well, they also had to go against the daunting Chargers defense, which is the fifth best defense in the sport. They also had to go against the Texans' daunting defense. And they also had to go against the Broncos' daunting defense. And here they are playing in the Super Bowl. So really, if that's like the biggest like speed bump in the way of this team hoisting up a 7th Super Bowl, then I think that's because then really it shouldn't be. They've proven this entire road to the Super Bowl that they can go through a daunting defense and still have success. So I think that I think the number is too high, and I think the Seahawks are better on paper, but you cannot sleep on the New England Patriots.
It's kind of odd how it shifted based off of really one game. But if I told you, like, who are you more confident as a quarterback going in? Like, are you more confident that Drake May, or less confident, I should say, that Sam Darnold is able to put together a performance? Because who is more likely to have the turnover or two in the game, Sam Darnold or Drake May. If I would have asked you that a month ago, you would have said, are you out of your mind? Obviously, Sam Darnold. But Drake May has struggled in the pocket to hold on to the football. And as our guest told us last hour that covers the Patriots, he just hasn't been good in the postseason. I actually, oddly enough, I think both, by the way, are very much capable of having multiple turnovers in this game. Like, I'll be looking at some prop bets for each of these guys to throw an interception. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and I think the offensive line is not near as great for the Patriots as the Seahawks have. It is funny. That's a great point, because who would have thought, just a month ago that we'd be like, yeah, who do you think's better, Sam Darnold or Drake May? But Sam Darnold has shown up, and Drake May has gotten by. He's skated by. He's like me in high school. Does the bare minimum to get that B passing grade, right? And if I'm looking at him like in going into the Super Bowl, I think you have to go with Sam Darnold, right? You have to go with the guy that has shown up for his team. And Drake May has done enough. Don't get me wrong. He's got the passing grade, but in the playoffs, he has not been great. And when the lights are at its brightest, it's kind of the Sam Darnold thing. Granted, Drake has been able to win his competitions, but we used to give Sam Darnold the same crap for this. When the games were the biggest, he did not come to play. Drake May hasn't come to play when the games have been the biggest. The only difference is his teams have been able to win.
Yeah, and Drake May during the regular season, played at an MVP level, and maybe Stafford wins the award, but Drake May certainly had that. So that part, we've seen it from Drake May. But yeah, right now I think experience does matter. I mean, Sam Darnold has learned a ton throughout his playing career. This is still just year 2 for Drake May. There's still things he has not seen, before at this point in his career. So I think quarterback performance, I have a slight edge in faith of not having the bad blow-up game in Sam Darnold. But, man, they're both, I think, capable of having a turnover or two in this game. All right, let's pivot to the NBA. Trade deadline is next week. Giannis Antetokounmpo looks like he wants a new destination. Dan Favale of NBA writer for Bleacher Report going to join us. We'll find out where he thinks he ends up, plus a little bit of the news today around Paul George. That's right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. Your edge for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Coming up in about 20 minutes, we will get to some Goldilocks for the weekend. I can promise you, Austin, we will have a bet centered around KU, BYU with Peterson and DeBonsa, possibly number 1, number 2 in the NBA draft. So that's coming up. We'll also take a look at some other action going on, perhaps in the NBA as well, which is where we turn our attention. The trade deadline right around the corner. That'll be next week. We'll get to the news around Giannis and, in fact, we think a trade will happen or not for next Thursday or before next Thursday's trade deadline. We welcome in Dan Favale from Bleacher Report, NBA writer. He joins us here on Westwood One Sports, co-host of the Hardwood Knocks podcast at Dan Favale on Twitter and X. Dan, great to have you on the show. I certainly want to talk about Giannis, but news in the last half hour or so in the NBA around the 76ers. Paul George going to be suspended here for 25 games, violating the league's drug policy. Your reaction, seemingly this, of course, like a lot of these coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, the Sixers just can't have a normal basketball team, I don't think. It's probably legally not allowed. I don't know, did they drug test him immediately after he hit 9 threes the other night? That's bizarre for them because they were already kind of short on wings, and they've looked pretty good when they've been full strength, especially with the way Joel Embiid has been playing. They're 3 games out of second place right now in the Eastern Conference, so he's going to come back with time left in the season, but I'm curious if now they're going to be even more motivated to go out on the trade market and get a wing. I'm sure Josh Harris is excited though because his luxury tax bill just went down, so he's probably maybe fist pumping behind the scenes.
Yeah, where do you think they go? Obviously, like if I mean, yeah, this really does this news couldn't have come at a worse time for them. Now, do you think they are more active, and if so, yeah, what are some names that you think that they could go after?
Yeah, look, the challenge with them is that they have all these either like big salaries of really important players who they're not going to move, or they have all these really tiny salaries. You could go out and look at someone such as Keon Ellis would be a really good fit. Najee Marshall, but they even have trouble matching that money. But those are two names that I would keep an eye on because they don't seem like a team now that's going to go out and burn first round picks. That seemed like a long shot beforehand. And now with Paul George out of the equation and just the looming specter of, well, what does Joel Embiid look like on a week to week basis? But they need to, if they want to be serious at all in the East this season, they need to go out and get another wing because there's just a lot defensively on the shoulders of VJ Edgecombe right now.
It sure seems like not much can happen on the trade deadline front till we get some clarity on what's going to happen with Giannis Antetokounmpo. We know that the reporting this week, no surprise necessarily, although he still has never just flat out said, I want to be traded, although that's essentially what we keep hearing over and over. A, do you think he gets traded by the deadline Thursday? And B, the teams that we're hearing that are suitors for him, the Warriors or the Knicks or the Timberwolves, the Heat, who do you think is best positioned to get a deal done?
I think to answer the second question first, I think it's the Warriors just because they have 4 first-round picks and the absence of a blue-chip young player, depending on how you feel about pods, kind of hurts them. But the Wolves and Knicks don't have a first-round pick to trade. And we could talk all about OG Anunoby and Jaden McDaniels can go get you first-round picks. Make the Wolves and Knicks go get you those first-round picks then, if it's so easy. The Heat's offer is fine, but 2 first-round picks, Khalil Ware and Tyler Hero, doesn't do anything for me, which is, to answer your first question, I wouldn't be shocked if he's moved because I really do, despite him saying he's not requesting a trade or that he can't control what his agent says, which is just hysterical. I think he wants to get out of Milwaukee, and so there's an urgency there. But if I'm the Bucks, I'm waiting until the offseason to see what happens depending on where the Spurs and the Rockets specifically end up in the postseason. If they flame out a little bit early, do you all of a sudden have access to Amen Thompson or Reed Shepherd and picks or Steph Castle or Dylan Harper on the table? Based on the 4 teams that have been linked to Giannis the most right now, I don't see any of them being a particularly compelling offer enough to move him by the trade deadline.
So you think a better deal will come in the offseason rather than right now where, teams may be chasing championships? And I mean, obviously like this middle stretch of the season, it's felt like you've been closer. The bottom has never been closer to the top of the NBA right now, just record wise. You don't think that there's teams that would be willing to try and take advantage of that and jump down and be almost more antsy to get a Giannis on their team for the back stretch of the season? You think you legitimately believe that like the offseason would be a better time for the Bucks to get more bang for their buck?
Yeah, because
pun.
Yeah, I think the main thing is that I don't think teams like the Rockets or the Spurs are going to make that type of a move in season because they want to see how they fare in the playoffs. And if you look at the teams that are involved right now, the Knicks are a good example. They actually can trade 2 first-round picks over the summer versus 0 now, and they're not going to be a team that lowballs you because they didn't get Giannis for the playoff run. Maybe the Hawks, depending on where they end up in the lottery with this, Pelicans pick that they have, do they consider getting involved in the sweepstakes? Is Portland even more open to giving the Bucks back some of their picks in kind of a multi-team scenario? I just think there will be more options there. And the other thing that's kind of hanging over all of this is Giannis has had 3 calf strains this season. If you're trading for him now, it's because you want him available and really spearheading your playoff push. You can't necessarily guarantee that's going to happen at this point. And so you might just want more information if you're a team that's prepared to give up a ton for him to say, well, could he finish this season healthy? And then we'll circle back over the summer.
Yeah, the track record for big men in the NBA that have a lot of mileage on them has not been great, So like I would personally, I would be like reluctant to, hand over the farm for a guy like Giannis. Obviously, like he can make an impact. We know that we know what kind of player he is, but long term, I feel like it's almost that should be viewed as an issue. Like if you're a team like, for example, like an OKC, which I don't even know if, Dan, if you think that they could be contenders for them, but that's a team that's, stockpiled a lot of draft picks and they've got a very young core with them. Is that a team, one, that you think could make a run for Giannis, or two, should they?
I don't think they should. If they wind up losing, because they've looked pretty vulnerable over the past month and a half, if they get into the postseason, lose, they're not fully healthy, J-Dub either doesn't come back or doesn't look right, Isaiah Hartenstein is still dealing with injuries, I think that's when you then open up the OKC door, which would be, that's not available to you right now to be available in the offseason. But you're absolutely right to be concerned about the long term, which would be a vote towards acquiring him now, is to, well, let's try and get to at least 2 playoff runs out of him on his current contract, because it's not even just the injuries and the track record of him being a bigger dude. He's really still reliant on athleticism. He's more of a skilled player than I think people give him credit for, but I don't know what age 34 Giannis looks like. And so you want to get him now, but if I'm the Bucks, I'm not moved by, I think, any of the offers that are on the table. And I think the Warriors come closest. And if there's a way that they can involve another team and get another younger player into Milwaukee or get the Bucks back some of their picks, I think that would strengthen their offer even further. But to me, I think they have if I'm Milwaukee, the most appealing offer right now.
Dan Favale of Bleacher Report joining us here on Westwood One Sports. I mentioned that it feels like we got to see what happens with Giannis before maybe some other movement. What about Ja Morant? I mean, do you agree with that nothing, until we get clarity with Giannis, we may not see anything with Morant? What's the likelihood of him being traded, and where do things stand?
Yeah, I kind of think he gets moved. And the Giannis variable is tough, but you're not giving up Giannis assets for Morant right now. I think if you offered the Grizzlies like a first-round pick that's protected, they probably say yes. And so I don't know if they're just waiting and hoping for better offers, but his trade value is not going up. He can't play in 7 consecutive games. It hasn't happened since 2023. You've reached a point where if you're holding on to him, knowing that you've either already shopped him or he doesn't want to be there or both, his value is probably only going to go down. These like teams, yeah, we know Giannis wants out, but he's Giannis. Ja Morant just hasn't been that dude for quite some time. And so I think we'll see a team probably scrambling to do something at the last minute, and maybe they miss out on Giannis or they miss out on a bigger name. And Morant is just someone who, at his peak, is still a star, maybe a fringe All-NBA player if you're lucky. And I think you could get him for, as long as you're not sending back terrible money, I think a first-round pick would do the trick at this point.
Dan, really need you to weigh in, and if you can, put all bias aside here, but Alex and I were talking earlier in the show and got into a small debate as to what is the best trade deadline in sports. And obviously we both agreed the NFL is dead last. It is the worst. But we went back and forth as to which is better, baseball or the NBA. What are you, as an NBA writer for Bleacher Report, what are your unbiased thoughts there?
I still think it's probably the NBA, because it doesn't feel to me, zooming out, that MLB has built like their entire business around the idea of the trade deadline. And I do think also MLB's free agency and their winter stuff is just insane in a way that the NBA doesn't have free agency really anymore. If you look at like the best players, they're signing extensions and getting traded. And I think that's why, but you could also make a case that a lot of those stars are getting traded over the offseason too. I would just point to the Luka Doncic trade last season, where I feel like we don't get those trades in major. I'm not as close of an observer there, to be fair. There was just random, this huge star was traded and no one knew it was coming in the middle of the year. That feels more likely to happen in the NBA, or even the James Harden soap operas. How many trade demands has that guy levied? So I would lean NBA, but I might, like I said, I'm biased.
Before we let you go,
we missed the July 1st for free agency. There were some fun times in NBA free agency. You made a great point. It's not near as great as it used to be.
Bring back the days of DeAndre Jordan being held captive on social media. That was one of the best nights that I've ever had in this business. It was so fun.
Yeah, no, I was just going to ask you real quick, Dan. LeBron James, we saw him return to Cleveland the other night and got emotional with that. We were discussing it earlier in the show. Do you think he's got one more year left? And if he does, are we going to see the full-blown retirement tour?
I do think that he's someone who would want the retirement tour. So I think he has at least 1 year left. And I'm pretty confident it's not going to take place in LA because they've just been signaling for the past year that they don't want him, apparently. So Cleveland feels like the no-brainer, but it would kind of be cool to see him just sign for the minimum with just a basketball Nirvana fit. Is it LeBron playing with Jokic? Is it LeBron? Where does Giannis go? Does he just go there? I've always wanted to see LeBron and Steph play together, but it feels like he will get the retirement tour and that it will come in Cleveland.
Dan Favale of Bleacher Report, NBA writer. Check out his podcast as well, co-host of the Hardwood Knocks podcast. Give him a follow if you don't already, at Dan Favale on X. Appreciate it, man. Enjoy the busy NBA trade deadline next week.
You guys as well. Thanks so much for having me. Take care.
Absolutely. Great stuff, as always, from Dan as we look ahead to Giannis maybe getting moved or not. Sounds like less likely maybe that it happens just based off of what some of these teams can offer in terms of draft pick compensation. You know, how desperate do you have to be if you're the Bucks? Knowing if you think there's a few more teams that are able to give you a first-round pick, wait till July. Perhaps Giannis will finish the season out with Milwaukee.
Yeah, it's a great point. It's something I just assumed Giannis will be gone at the deadline because I think you would get, the people that were hungry. But, Dan laid it out perfectly. Like, yeah, there could be more options in Milwaukee. And again, that can I just say something? The pun was unintentional. More bang for your buck. I said it and it made it seem like I was trying to work in some cheesy dad joke, which, look, I am no stranger to, but that was solely by accident.
Yep. We'll go ahead and pretend. We're going to go ahead and pretend that wasn't like I've got it. Look, we've only done about a month worth of shows and I'm not sure. Like, I want to believe you. I want to believe you that wasn't intentional, but I get the sense you're a big fan of the dad joke. You're a big fan of the punny jokes.
Yeah. That's the low hanging fruit. Look, you got to eat. And sometimes the low hanging fruit can feed you.
All right, up next, we'll get to some Goldilocks, some favorite bets for today and the weekend. We will also take a look at maybe some of the other quick hitters that we didn't get to earlier today on the show as it relates to the NFL. That's coming up right here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. We'll get to some Goldilocks to get us started. Then I saw one interesting speculative post about where a quarterback maybe gets traded this offseason. We didn't get to it earlier. Maybe we'll get to that before we get out of here. But a couple Goldilocks I mentioned. I'm fired up for college hoops today, man. Big-time showdown between top 25 BYU, top 25 Kansas in Lawrence, 4:30 Eastern time tip-off. We got two of the top players in the country, number 1, number 2 NBA draft picks most likely here in a couple months, and Darren Peterson and AJ DeBonsa. I'm going to go with a couple prop bets here for this game. So I know Kansas is a 3.5-point favorite. That won't be a Goldie lock, although now that it's coming down a little bit, I maybe lean in that direction a bit more. I'm going player props. Melvin Council Jr., maybe not a household name by any means. He's quickly become a fan favorite in Lawrence, I can tell you that. But his over-under is 14.5 points. I like the over in this game. You know, in a game that's headlined by Peterson and DeBonsa, I think there's a chance it's one of these secondary guys, if you will, that end up having a pretty big performance. He only averages about 11.5 points or so at home, does Melvin Council Jr., and he typically plays his best when he's not on the floor at the same time as Darren Peterson, but he's ultra aggressive. I actually think this is a guy that'll surprise people today on a national stage and end up people be talking about him a little bit as well. So I like over 14.5 points for Melvin Council Jr., and then naturally I will go over Darren Peterson, 22.5 points. He's going to play 30-plus minutes. This is his time to shine. There's not going to be any restriction with hamstring or anything like that. National stage, he'll be playing the full game. So those are two overs that I like in the big showdown this afternoon.
Are you expecting a high-scoring game? Like, where do you think it's just going to be an up and down the court, just high-scoring affair?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I think, Kansas has played much better defensively the last couple weeks. It's why they're all of a sudden 15-5 or 16-5 after struggling. The total for the game over at BetMGM, what is it, 157.5? Of course, it feels about right. That's why they set the number there. I mean, that feels about right as a number. I probably would trend toward the under, honestly, if I had to. I think it's more likely that, right out of the gate, maybe it's a little tight before things open up.
Okay. All right. Look, I'm going to take your word for it because, again, you follow Kansas very closely, and I do everything in my power to avoid them as a Mizzou guy. So I'm just going to take your word on these bets, on these Goldies locks.
Your Missouri Tigers are firmly on the
all right.
the college
No, that was not.
bubble.
I did not open the door for you to trash the Tigers.
They're
okay?
a bubble team, man.
They're
14-7. They're right there. The good news for them, they're in the SEC. They've got opportunities to get big time wins still, but they are firmly a bubble team right now.
Well, and I'd say on the outside looking in,
agreed,
probably will be the remainder of the season because every good opponent that they have played this year, they've not shown up at all. The Kansas game, the Illinois game, they got the doors blown off. Now, granted, they were missing their top 3 scorers in that game, but Alabama just the other night, for whatever reason, Dennis Gates has been able to recruit well in Columbia, but has not been able to coach these guys up or at least get them rolling. It kind of reminds me of the John Calipari teams back in the day where get all the top recruits, but for whatever reason, just could not get them playing well until, right before March kicked off.
Yeah, pretty weak non-conference schedule, too. That did not do them any favors setting up for them now in SEC play. By the way, thinking of college basketball bets, don't forget college basketball odds boost token over at BetMGM. No matter who your team is, this odds boost token belongs in your starting 5. Use your token on any college hoops bet, and you'll get a bigger payout if you win. So those are some Goldilocks. I saw this floating around. We didn't have time to get to it earlier in the show, but Mac Jones had a great showing when he filled in for Brock Purdy. And so there's speculation, of course, that he's going to get traded in the offseason. Could he be starting for one of these teams? And, you're probably getting a 3rd-round pick, my guess is best case scenario for Mac Jones. He's only 27 years old. His cap hit is only $3 million next year. So there will be some interest. And I think 2 places, see if you agree, 2 places that come to mind immediately, Pittsburgh and Minnesota. Those are the first 2. I know maybe you can throw in Miami. Pittsburgh has Mike McCarthy. If Aaron Rodgers retires or Aaron Rodgers doesn't go to Minnesota himself, could we see a trade where Mike McCarthy says, let's go get myself Mac Jones. He's the Steelers starting quarterback. Or if you're in Minnesota, you say, hey, I got Kevin O'Connell. This guy's one of the best offensive minds. Even with J.J. McCarthy and Brosner this year, whatever it is, they won 9 games. They found a way to win 9 games. Give me Mac Jones. I can make that work. I think there's a chance that we see Mac Jones in one of those 2 spots.
But can Mac Jones replicate what he did in San Francisco? Because to me, this season that he did, and he did very well filling in for Brock Purdy, but that was more of just Kyle Shanahan doing what Kyle Shanahan does with any quarterback that plays under him. Like he's a quarterback whisperer. Now, maybe a Mike McCarthy would make sense. Obviously, I think if you are a quarterback and your heart is beating, I think you should be considered to take the job in Pittsburgh. But I think that, Mike McCarthy is maybe another coach that could keep him at the play we saw that in San Francisco this past season. But aside from that, I feel like we've seen more of what Mac Jones is outside of San Francisco and outside of working under Kyle Shanahan than not. And how do we know that this, he's not going to turn right back into a pumpkin?
This is the whole Sam Darnold thing, to a certain extent again.
Yeah.
Now, look, Sam Darnold, though, where was he before Minnesota? He was with Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco for a year, right? Then he goes to Minnesota. Yeah. I'm just saying, you're right that Kyle Shanahan does an incredible job and did a great job with Mac Jones. But Kevin O'Connell, I also respect quite a bit in terms of what he's able to get out of quarterbacks. Now, they, as an organization, completely whiffed by choosing J.J. McCarthy instead of Sam Darnold. It's also part of the reason why their GM got fired this week, although it sounds like, based on some reporting, that there was already some tension in that organization between GM and coach and GM and ownership, and that's why Mensah is no longer the general manager there with Minnesota. But I do think Mac Jones, in Minnesota with the weapons that are there and with Kevin O'Connell, I think they could make that work. I don't know if he's going to have the season that Sam Darnold had in his 1 year in Minnesota, but I could see that playing out. At least give yourself some competition for J.J. McCarthy, because if you had to give up a 3rd-round pick for Mac Jones, his cap hit is only $3 or $4 million. Like you're in a spot where it's not a long-term decision yet if you trade for Mac Jones. If he plays well, then you have a chance to correct a wrong, by maybe signing Mac Jones eventually to a long-term deal if he were to have a great year.
Yeah, and think about taking that GM job in Minnesota. Like, you really have to hit the ground running, because you have to figure out, okay, what are we doing at the quarterback position? Are we going to stick with this J.J. McCarthy experiment, or do we bring in a guy who's more proven? And you have to do it right away, and that's going to be probably your first move as GM. It's kind of wild to think like, oh, hey, welcome to Minnesota, here's your office, here's your nameplate, and now you have to sign a quarterback, which is arguably the biggest decision that you will make as your tenure here as a GM. It's kind of crazy that, you're putting the final exam there on day one at the new job. I don't envy whoever takes that job at all.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of other spots besides Minnesota and Pittsburgh. I mean, Miami, they're in complete rebuild, tear down mode. I mean, yeah. I think this regime that Miami has now, I don't know, how long they'll last. Honestly, it feels like this is unfortunately like the type of regime that is there for the bad years of like 2 or 3, and then somebody else comes in and gets to reap the benefits. I kind of feel like that's where this is trending for Miami. But could they, if you're Miami, do you even want to give up a 3rd-round pick for Mac Jones? Are you even in a spot where that's what you do? Or are you better off just trying a different path? Are you better off just bringing in Malik Willis, for example, and not having, and signing him to a small little 2-year deal or something like that and seeing what he can do? Or should you, I don't know if Miami's a spot that I would want to be giving up draft assets. I don't know if the Dolphins should be giving up 3rd-round picks for Mac Jones right now with where they're at as an organization.
No, it's a good point. And another name that I feel like has been kind of rumored to be floating around is Anthony Richardson. And there were some, at least before the move that they made this week, he was kind of rumored, is Anthony Richardson a possibility in Minnesota? But you got to think that the Colts the days of Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis are over, right?
I would think so. I think Daniel Jones gets an extension this offseason, and they just completely move on. And I think that's probably the right path moving forward for them. I know we'll talk more about landing spots for quarterbacks once we get away from the Super Bowl, but just saw some speculation about Mac Jones. Thought that was interesting. Now, if you're watching on YouTube, you can see that our guy Austin is broadcasting from a hotel room because he's in New York City. Did you ever find out the artist? Did you figure out, are you going to get a nice bagel there? Are you going to get some New York style pizza? What are you doing the rest of the day here?
That's a great question. We are in town for a party. I don't have an artist. There's no name on the hotel art behind me, but if you were for the radio only audience, just assume every piece of hotel art ever. I think you just have to say hotel art and people know what we're talking about. It's it's a random photo and like that you don't think twice about. Well, there's one directly behind me for the YouTube audience. So, but yeah, later tonight, party with another KU guy. So I've got 5 hours with a KU guy this morning, and then I'm going to have 5 more hours with a KU guy tonight. I just can't escape you dang Jayhawkers.
He must be a great guy. He must be an amazing person. must be an incredible person to hear you talk about that. But seriously, you go get yourself a little slice of pizza, man. Go get yourself a slice of pizza. Wear that LA hat that you're wearing around town and see how that goes for you, too.
I'm going to ship some to Kansas City for you, too. All right?
There you go. I like it. Good stuff there. Safe travels to Austin. Hope you guys have a great rest of the week. And we're back at it next Saturday. We will certainly be talking about Super Bowl 60 right here on Westwood One Sports.